Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Conspiracy Monday. As you can see, we are flying through our pre-show. It lasted 60 minutes, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like 10 minutes. So many things are happening right now. Donald Trump is triggering yet another conflict with Iran, looking for trouble. It's an ongoing thing because he's trying to divert our attention. So now he's sending 1,000 troops over there. He wants to start a war like no other, and he still believes that bombs attacked the vessels, the ships that actually were, according to the owner of the ships, were hit by bullets, not bombs. Okay? Yeah. So Donald Trump doesn't even have his facts right, and he's running off at the mouth all the time because he's still upset that they're still investigating him. So he's looking for any diversion he can, even if it means war with Iran. This is the kind of guy you put in the office. You should have known that. You Republicans must know now that he lied recently. He flipped completely on the idea when asked by Stephanopoulos, would he use foreign information against his opponents? And he said yes, and he wouldn't even tell the FBI. And now he's saying he will tell the FBI. He's all over the place. He's flipping and flopping, and yeah, it's like a fish out of the water. It's almost bizarre how he's willing to lie to all of us. And he's got these people, like 25% of the population, still believing him. Believe it or not. I don't think Fox even ever had me on their agenda. They're not allowed to actually interview me. I have a feeling I'm going to get like 500 calls in one day when they realize that I'm a bigger sensation than they ever understood. And when they've been censoring me for 10 years, the first interview is going to be the most important, and I doubt any one of them is going to get a chance, because I literally am going to be hit with 500 calls at once. The American people are awake and are not sitting around voting for people like Trump and Hillary Clinton. The American people put the Democrats in the office controlling the House in the past midterm election because they wanted impeachment. But now people like Ocasio-Cortez, they're actually the only ones speaking really strongly about impeachment. Biden was supposed to use that as a launch point, but he was told that no. Hillary said no, you don't want to do that. Beto wants impeachment, but he wants everything. He wants reparations for black people. He wants to take down the fence that we have currently, not even build a new one. Anyway, I say no. I say no to the New World Order, which is really just the monarchy of the past. I say no to Donald Trump because he's trying to push things like 5G. Now, I want to make 5G plus and EMP safe, electromagnetic pulse safe. Nobody has this idea. I'm the only one with this idea. Donald just wants 5G. He doesn't care about the people and downstream. He doesn't care about what it's going to do to your brain, cause cancer. Donald has betrayed his core group of people by supporting 5G. A lot of them are going, he can't possibly be fighting the New World Order if he wants 5G. Yeah, he is part of the New World Order. Donald Trump is a puppet. They got a guy who's very greedy to manipulate. I am not greedy. I can't be manipulated. That's the kind of person we need to lead this nation, not some guy who will flip at a moment's notice because somebody decided to lube his pocket. That's Donald Trump. Donald Trump's nickname for Melania is It. That's disgusting. Melania is a beautiful woman. I could never imagine mistreating her, but Donald Trump may have. You don't know. Are you making that up? All right. Samsung tweets that smart TVs can get viruses and then pulled the tweet? Really? That's weird. Well, anyway, this is going to be the new concept that I'll be pitching, which is controlling the 5G network that they're laying right now by putting limiters on it and making sure it's got Faraday cages over junction boxes so that you don't get hit with that field energy that's all over the place. We've got some modifications to do to the 5G network before it can be safe for humans. No, Jimmy Carter's doing great. He kicked cancer. He's doing great. He's going to live a long, long life.
I definitely think that Jimmy Carter is definitely not a racist.
Jimmy Carter fan, you just lost your account here. Okay, flight attendant sent crashing into the ceiling by violent turbulence, coming up in just a second. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a live leak reveal of an ALK Airlines from Pristina to Basel, Boeing. Okay. What do you mean? He said something horrible. Yeah. Okay, now it's not playing. Let me get back in. Here we go. Now you know why I don't fly. My goodness. You know, I have a relative, I said, how do you feel about flying? And he says, well, it's pretty suicidal, man. It's like, yeah, I mean, when you get in a plane, it's like you're suicidal. It's like you know that you could die. Why do planes not have parachutes? You can't come up with an answer, can you? Well, they've been saying that they've got to be really big. They've got to be huge parachutes. There's no reason why planes don't have parachutes. I mean, textiles are cheap. We could mass produce parachute material. I mean, we could make a parachute the size of Safeco Field if we wanted. So why don't we have parachutes?
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, that was an original music by me. No, that's my music. I created that. Hey, we've got a big plastic waste problem. And I got to tell you, this whole country is in dire need of pretty much pricing up plastic packaging. 15 cents isn't enough. I think we should charge like $1 for a plastic bag. Because we're going to have to deal with the plastic that's massing at our borders right now because we can't even ship it to China anymore. They said no, after the trade war, we could win a trade war easily with China. We can't really ship it out there, so we're going to have to deal with the plastic issue. Trump doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to take it on full bore. So you'll eventually just buy reusable bags. Many of you will change your lifestyle and stop this plastic waste. Meanwhile, we'll be helping plastic industries retool and develop biodegradable plastic, which is much safer for the environment. Annual American deaths from marijuana is 0. I'm fully in support of legalization across the country. Really. Twitch is suing to identify people who uploaded Christchurch shooting video. Wow. I bet they are. Hey, Cool Rock Party. What's going on, man? You took our name. Oh, that's me. I'm over in Twitch now with our old fledgling party we had way back in 2005. Cool Rock Party. But I revived it for Twitch. They've unbanned me. They allow me to be in there now. So I'm on Twitch. Or all of you guys who want to watch, I'm over there now. All right, so we have some very seriously weird stuff to show you that just came in. We have a picture of Vladimir Putin from when he was prime minister, before he became president again. And we may very well have an imposter. Putin may have been replaced. I'm going to show you a video that is shocking to me. Yeah, it's very, very seriously messed up. I don't know if this is what happened, but you're going to see Putin, the former Putin, in jail.
Владимиру Путину. Нам стало известно, что буквально 3 часа назад бывшего премьер-министра под конвоем доставили в Хамовнический суд. Пресс-секретарь судьи Виктора Данилкина немного прояснила ситуацию, сообщив, что сегодня началось чтение приговора. Пока зачитана только вводная часть об основании 6 из 7 статей.
They presented a preamble of an indictment against Vladimir Putin during this time period.
В котором обвиняется бывший премьер-министр. В процессе чтения приговора прозвучали такие пункты обвинения, как хищение государственного имущества в особо крупных
He was charged with grand theft of state property and financial
масштабах, финансовые махинации и превышение должностных полномочий. Завтра будет чтение обоснований по основному пункту обвинения. Бывший премьер обвиняется по статье 205 Уголовного кодекса.
He was charged with being a co-conspirator in a terrorist act aimed at intimidating citizens.
Как лицо, участвовавшее в подготовке акта терроризма с целью устрашения населения и оказания воздействия на органы действующей власти.
So he says his name is Putin, Vladimir Putin. Okay, this is shocking information. The possibility that Putin may have been replaced is extremely interesting to me, because I have been wondering why this man got a face change. Right around 2007, I remember, something happened. Yeah, they said, did he have some facial reconstructive work? Did he have a face change? Did he get a facelift? Apparently they found a body double for this guy. It looks just like him. But bear in mind, the way Putin has been behaving, he acts like a New World Order shill, like he's working for the Russian Zionist oligarchs in his own country. It's not like the guy originally who was, you know, pretty much a Politburo rep and maybe even corrupt. But this guy is more than corrupt. He's working for the most corrupt people running Russia, the mob. Now that's my concern, that they're running a rogue operation with an imposter for a president. They don't want him to leave because they can control him. If that's the case, and if this is real, we've got ourselves a real situation where we don't even know who we're dealing with Russia. So we have to be very careful, especially since Russia has already contaminated our election process by installing Trump as our de facto leader. Very bizarre. And something we should always be wary of. Trump doesn't seem to care. He won't even tell Putin on the phone, don't meddle in the 2020 election. In fact, there's evidence that our government right now is running a side op, trying to go after the Russian infrastructure. And there's people like Trump are saying, no, don't do this. Stop. Yeah. Check this out. This story came in 2 days ago. Trump slams a New York Times report on U.S. cyber attacks against Russia. Now, why would he stand up for Russia unless he was working for Russia? Yeah. So apparently the Pentagon's running some cyber attacks against Russia and testing the waters, and Trump just fell for it. And he started getting very upset that we're doing anything to Russia. Now remember, Trump didn't even bother to really admit publicly that Russia rigged the election. He was told 2 days before the inauguration that Russia rigged the election for him, and never mentioned it once, and to this day hasn't mentioned that. Pencil Tucky Ducky said he mentioned Mark censoring me, and 2 minutes later you lost the stream and had to reboot. Wow, there you go. You're onto something, Pencil Tucky Ducky. You've been a victim of trying to get in here. A lot of people can't get in because there's a lot of barriers to our show. All right, so let me give you
Hi everybody, welcome once again to the Cruel Clan series of tents.
We got duo features, 3 minute 59 cents. Yeah, all your camping needs under one roof. Good to know. I'll play it tonight. Thanks. Anything else from you, Ann? You're giving me videos. Okay, good. You have, gotcha, the Cra Duo. Gotcha. Well, the fact is, this article right here, and I'll give you the link, really implies that Trump is upset that our Pentagon is running a side-op cyber attacking Russia. President Donald Trump lashed out at the New York Times on Saturday for a report that the United States has been increasing its cyber intrusions into Russia, escalating tensions between the two countries. The Times reported that the United States has increased measures to penetrate Russia's power grid as a message to Moscow to stay out of American cyber infrastructure. Stands to reason, right? The efforts lay an aggressive groundwork for an attack on the Russian grid on an unprecedented scale if the two countries were to enter into conflict. The escalation has prompted fears of overheating tensions with Russia. The Times reported how deeply the U.S. has penetrated Russian systems remains classified. Wow. Trump flatly rejected the Times story, calling it a virtual act of treason by a once great paper, so desperate for a story, any story, even if bad, for our country. Okay, well, how is it bad for our country if we're attacking Russia's infrastructure when we know for a fact that they attacked our infrastructure? So why is Donald Trump standing up for Russia unless he's working for Russia? I mean, this is like brain dead central. Any idiot would tell you that this is exactly what a person working and colluding with Russia would do. Oh, yeah. Okay, you got something on the F-35. Trump drives down the price of the F-35 fighter 25%. Well, yeah, because they haven't delivered everything. I mean, it's pretty simple. If the F-35 doesn't have a gunner programmed by the end of 2019, their contract is going to be screwed up. No, I'm not reading it wrong at all. He's standing up for Russia. I did smell my finger. Yeah, I was out there in the garden, and I was picking up manure, and I hope I rinsed my hands off well enough. I use soap, but I've got a little manure in my hands. You have to use manure to grow things. eBay, Eskimo Quickfish, pop-up. Portable ice shelter for the Eskimos. Very nice. $304. That's cool. This would be perfect for homeless people. See what I mean? Now you're thinking, Drag King. Look at that. $304. It's a pop-up Eskimo blanket. I like that. That's cool. Homeless people could definitely use that. You saw a video. We're going to play a video on the 10th. It's coming up tonight. You sent me the link. I can't buy anything for Drag King. I'm so sorry. Scissor Fight has something. All right, I'll look at that later. Thank you. Whew. Oh, we have more pictures. Wow. Before and after. This is that time when he saw a makeover. Yes. Wow, that's really good. Yeah. You can really see the difference between the real Putin, who allegedly was executed, and this new one, this smug new one that they've got. Wow, that is interesting. Boy, you really have some great links tonight, man. Thank you. Wow. Yeah, I'm very impressed. I think that we're dealing with an imposter, not the real Putin now. He's a New World Order imposter that they installed there. Yep. His hair is a comb over? Really? Whose hair? Who looks like me? Putin? No. I don't look like him. No. Yeah, we just showed you some very very interesting implicating footage of Vladimir Putin indicted many years ago for allegedly committing multiple crimes, 7 crimes, and they executed him according to the real one. Yeah, this is really wild. I'm not in any way inclined to believe that this guy is the real Putin now. Well, we may have foreign policy constructed in a vacuum. Because Trump has already given over the ship to Vladimir Putin, has done everything he could to protect him. Remember, Putin wants Trump to fail with Chinese trade negotiations. Putin looks better, Russia looks better when their economy is so small as it is. Looks a little bigger when the two big guys can't increase their growth. And that's one way that Trump has helped Putin, by creating a trade war with China. And remember, Trump really attacked NATO, Putin's biggest enemy. Big problems there. Hey, Sunstar, good evening. So Trump helped Russia with attacking NATO. Interesting. Alienating NATO from our own alliance with them. And Trump also never imposed sanctions against Russia until about a year and a half into his presidency, after I kept harping on it. Now he's only imposed a couple, not even big sanctions, small ones. So it's obvious Trump helped Putin there. And remember, his son, Donald Jr., met the attorney to end sanctions ahead of the election, which is illegal. So there's a lot of things still sitting out there that are clearly acts of illegality working to collude with Russia. Yeah, lots of things are happening. This recent move with Saudi Arabia to sell them nukes may very well have been a Russian move too, because remember, Putin is cozying up with Prince MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince of Saudi Arabia. They've got a new relationship. And Trump seems to be right in there with the crown prince too. So maybe Putin just said, yeah, no problem. We'll take care of giving you nuclear weapons. So maybe destabilize price of oil in the Gulf. You see, they benefit from rising the price of oil. So Trump's attack on Iran right now may trigger a gouge in the price of oil, and that's going to help Russia. So everything Trump does seems to be helping Russia. Isn't that interesting? You're a watcher. Great. Okay, so that's my pitch on Trump and Russia for now. Whew. I'm quite shocked about that copy of, the imposter, Vladimir Putin. Phoenix police threatened to shoot a pregnant woman after her daughter reportedly stole a doll. You're not going to believe this police brutality here. This is from the Slate.com. An Arizona couple has filed a $10 million claim against the city of Phoenix after several police officers repeatedly threatened to shoot them during a physically aggressive encounter. The scene erupted after the couple's 4-year-old daughter allegedly stole a doll from a dollar store. A dollar store doll. Videos of the May 29th incident, which circulated more recently on social media, show a pregnant woman, 24, Laisha Harper, struggling to obey police orders to leave her car as she holds her 2 small children. At one point, while the children are still in the vehicle, a police officer can be seen pointing a gun at the car as another yells, "You're going to effing get shot." Wow. Well, I'm looking for the video and I don't have a copy of the video here, so... My hands are up, my hands are up. Drayvon Ames says as Phoenix police officer yells to get your effing hands up. You're going to get shot. Let's take a look. Unbelievable. Apparently we just have some still shots of this. Okay, well, I've seen enough. Yeah. NASA found the Star Trek logo on Mars. Are you serious? Okay, we all know that Mars has been, a talk of the town ever since Trump says that the moon is part of Mars. Trump thinks that the moon is part of Mars. Yeah. And it's very unprofessional. Totally. And the playlist sucks. Oh, hang on. Yeah, there's nothing there. Maybe you get me a better link there. How some businesses, small businesses, are ditching plastic. This is good. We had a plan to ditch plastic earlier. Yeah, I don't want to just ban it. I want to price it up so that people don't buy it. They want to buy. I want to get people using reusable bags in America. Not enough people are doing that. The wood mouse eats nuts. Okay. The wood mouse. I'll play that later tonight. Thanks. Check out the links. Okay. I will look into the link. I will check it. Thanks, Anita, and thank you. Oh, here it is. Lots of things happening tonight. There it is. Oh yeah, the Star Trek logo on Mars. This is exciting. Yeah. NASA has uncovered one of the most interesting features of Mars topography to date, the Star Trek logo. Great. Well, that's if you believe we've been to Mars with a rover. Okay, and you got something, Tom? There are conspiracy theories that said we didn't go to the moon. I happen to agree. I think that we haven't been back because we never went. But you can believe whatever you want. You can believe that we went there and we had a great time, and none of the astronauts ever wanted to talk about it after that. And I understand Buzz Aldrin just admitted that we didn't go. So he's on record now saying we didn't go. I'd play that for you, but why bother? Here's a Eskimo Quick Fish 6 ice fishing shelter review. You're going to give me a how you're going to ice fish with the Eskimo shelter. Oh, that's cool. This is awesome, man. I'll play that tonight. Yeah, that'll be fun. Thank you. More strange things on Mars? Really? Exclusive Mars images. Every time I go to Facebook, they know I've seen that image. Well, I'm going to pass on that, Mozart. Did you wake up in the men's room? What do you mean? What does that what does that mean? Whew. Asteroid QV89, will the giant space rock hit Earth in September? Risk list. I am not insane. That's ridiculous. Just because I don't believe we went to the moon doesn't mean I'm insane. You've been kicked. If there was solid evidence we went to the moon, I would be all over it. Yeah. There's a photograph of like a trail with it looks like it could have been a trail of people, but then it could have been like a water running downhill. You don't really know what that picture is. And then again, it could have been Photoshop too. They didn't have Photoshop back in the early 70s, but hey, you never know. The fact that they didn't keep any of their video, NASA refused to keep any of their video, is very suspicious. They had to rebuild their entire video segment of the moon landing from ABC, NBC, and CBS. They're the only ones that had copies. So there have been people that have asked NASA for all their telemetry data to see how they went to the moon, what their velocities were, how they decelerated. There's no data. NASA has no data at all. NASA, yes, Sarah is actually officially a moon rock handler. Believe me, I believe we went to the moon all the way up until about 3 years ago. That's when things started to unwind, when I watched video after video showing how we just technically couldn't have gone to the moon. We never had enough fuel to get there. And the big question I have is if the space shuttle had problems with their tiles hitting outer atmosphere and the tiles were burning off, why didn't the NASA just use the fuselage that they used on the Apollo mission instead? Then they never would have had a problem with tiles burning off, because the space shuttle got close to the ionosphere and burned up, or it lost tiles. We never left the ionosphere to go to the moon. There's a lot of fakery involved in that. I could spend the whole night talking about it, but I really don't want to. But I will tell you this. The CIA has constructed a great cover story. It's called the Flat Earth Theory. And it was many, many centuries ago, idiots and retards used to think that the world was flat. Well, guess what? Anyone who hears about the moon landing or the moon fakery that went on now is led right into a CIA trap called the Flat Earth Theory, where you don't believe anything NASA did, but you can't even believe Galileo or Copernicus or Bruno. You can't believe any of these people that were experts in astronomy. I mean, these people were top of their field and the greatest minds of our time here on Earth. Yeah, we're supposed to discredit them just because NASA faked their moon landing? I mean, come on. The Earth is spherical. The Earth is not flat. Just get that through your thick head. Thank you. How's it going?
Good.
Your arm okay? You working out?
No, I just got
Like a ligament?
yeah, it's just
Well, we were doing a lot of work yesterday, so maybe it was like a ligament.
Yeah.
Sarah's here, and she's going to give you some time.
I did say I saw moon rocks.
She has she's been seen. She actually handled a moon rock, so she's the expert.
I had to store the moon rocks with the police overnight.
Yeah,
Because they're a national treasure and they can't be replaced.
exactly.
Before NASA would let me have them in my possession.
Yep.
I actually had to fill out like a Super Duty security form and have set up arrangements with the police station to be able to be like secure them under video surveillance overnight.
Oh, yeah, it's serious. And there's no reason. I'm not trying to convince any one of you that the moon landing didn't happen. I just don't believe it happened. You can believe it happened. It doesn't change the way I see the world. And I still think the world needs to get better, and we have to help our environment and help people.
And you think the world is a sphere, right?
It is a sphere, yes. The flat Earth
Or
theory.
spherical.
Yeah,
At least.
it's spherical. The flat Earth theory was presented by the CIA to cover up the facts that we haven't been back in 50 years, and they can't really say why. So they came up with this wild theory that's an old theory that was around before, Columbus. And now we have people who actually believe wholeheartedly that everything is flat. The whole world is. There's somehow a scrim up there that they're broadcasting the moon onto. It's just ridiculous. They're trying to turn you into a drip in the eyes of your whole family. The flat Earth people are laughed away in their families. You're not taken credibly. In fact, I run the risk of not being taken credible just saying that we probably didn't go to the moon. That's why we didn't go back. All right. Thank you. I'll be back. I'm going to make a little dinner. Oh, the U.S. is sending 1,000 more troops to the Middle East as tensions mount. But why should tensions mount when Trump's been getting everything wrong? Those boats, according to the owner of the Japanese oil tankers, were hit with bullets, not bombs. So Trump and Pompeo are spinning lies to justify attacking Iran. It's weird. And the world is now waking up to that and realizing this is not, we don't want another war. But Trump wants to use it as a diversion because people are still investigating his obstruction and collusion. He doesn't like that. He even told Nancy Pelosi that he wouldn't even talk about the budget until they stop investigating him. Now that's obstruction right there. I mean, and they have every right to investigate any president they want. Unbelievable.
Okay. So you feel like war with Iran will happen in October and we should invest in gas now? The next Mars lander will send rocks back to Earth via a launch system to an orbiter that will return rocks to Earth. Your friend Pete that works at JPL is coming up tomorrow. He's working on the lander. That's cool. Tell Pete Sarah thinks he's doing great work. He'll be like, who's Sarah? Hello, maxed out credit. And Bengalitis has insider info that gas prices will be through the roof. Not until October, I hope. Just keep them low for the summer. Wait, Pete is the twins' father? Is that it? They have video of frogmen from Iran planting the bombs on the tanker. Yeah, I saw that. Oh, that's cool. Having twins and working at JPL on a lander, that's pretty impressive. Sarah Moon Boots is staying in a motel tonight. He'll finally get some sleep. Who is Moon Boots? I'm glad he's gonna get some sleep. Okay, let it loose. It's not as red as it normally is. Be like, what happened to your hair? No. Oh, I'm well aware, pirates. No, Mozart. 3 more days. I can do it. 2.5. All day Tuesday, Wednesday, and then half a day on Thursday. Today I had them clean out their cubbies. And then I had to clean up after them. That's the problem, is I feel like I'm always cleaning up after them. That's exactly right. You're right, Ticken. Hello, Twitch people. Antiques over there with a Minecraft emoticon. Moon Boots was a caster on Blog TV and iVlog. Okay. Ah! The Mars rocks will be the oldest rocks found in the solar system. Wow. Yeah, KonMari cubby cleaning. That's true. A lot of them are like, didn't take it home. They wanted to recycle it. And then yeah, it was a long story. And then I didn't want to throw out just the paper. So I like went through their notebooks and tore out pages they wrote in to recycle, and then kept the other paper. I did not realize that there were Pokemon near here. So the rocks found on Mars are 1.2 billion years older than the moon. Wow. He's living in his van on iVlog streaming, but you said he's staying in a motel tonight. Yeah, that's too bad, Pencil. Otherwise, it was cool. My garden is doing fantastic. I harvested about this many green, a Ziploc bag of green beans today, or snap peas. They're so thick. They're like good sized snap peas. I know, I'm sorry you can't have a garden. Can't you do like, could you do like flower pots or window pots or something? And then, yeah, oh gosh, I realized that I have never been really good at, oh, you don't have a balcony. Oh, okay. I realized that that David's always been right about irrigation, like watering. He always waters, and I'm so glad we have an irrigation system. It's just everything grows like crazy with all the water and the sun, and it's just so nice to not have to water it, and it just totally grows. But now it's going to be about weeding. You're right, so sorry. There are definitely weeds trying to invade the flower beds. It was easier when there were flower beds, and I'd be like, everything green is a weed because I didn't plant anything, and the kids would take out all of the plants, and now I have to say, well, this is a weed and this is a weed. Don't do that. That's not a weed. Yeah. Aw. You're growing tomatoes. Nice job, Big Outlaw. I have a couple tomatoes that are popping up. Some volunteers. I don't want to click on your link. You say I look like a girl singing, but I'm afraid if I click on your link that it's going to be something weird. Your landscaper keeps weed eating your plants. Yeah, they're kind of like, so they're raised beds, and they're 4 foot by 8 foot, I guess. Yeah. And I have 8 of them. Oh, great. You think I look like her? Lake Street Dive rich girl. Okay. Sure. You have a gardenia that doesn't want to bloom. You keep getting buds and then they just drop. Oh. Okay, I trusted you, I saw it. Oh, that happens. We have that happen sometimes with maintenance at our place. So sorry. Not my house, but the school. But they've been pretty good recently. Working with them and letting them know, please don't cut this. It's been good. Hello, Mad Dog. Welcome. We were talking about plants. Tomorrow is the last day that I'm going to do composting for the year, school year. And then I'm just going to let it sit over the summer. Or let me grow instead of don't cut. Let me grow signs. Let me grow. And then it could be like, don't cut. Oh, I'm not going to use my worms for fishing. I use my worms to decompose the food scraps. There's lots of food scraps. I have heard that about gardenias. I just realized I have this one. I was like, oh, that's a plant I have in my garden when I was at Walmart. I was like, what is it called? And it's called Geum. This is what it is. Late spring flowers, decorative seed heads. Rosacea. Or they're in the family Rosacea, common name Avens. I think it's called a red one. And I totally didn't plan it, but I've got like this, I've got like a red garden bed because I've got red poppies and these red GM flowers, which is pretty cool. So it's like those would make a, did I ever see a pink sky? Oh. Little pink, yeah. David would say it's some kind of chemicals in the air. What are they building over there? A new building? I do have all colors. I have another one that's like got dahlias, mostly pinks. Dahlias, and then I have these really beautiful columbines. I love columbines. They're one of my new favorite flowers. New favorite, yeah, because I didn't know about them before last year. I didn't really know about them. No images. I want the flower, not the shooting. They're just so pretty. I think I should put pink. Yeah, I have this growing, this particular one, and I just love that it's like a, it's almost like a dual flower, like that it has like this inner petal that's like this light pink and this outer petal that's a dark pink. It's just so gorgeous. There's a hibiscus you want to get. It's dark red and black multicolored flower. Wow. Another thing I want to get is next year I want to get some calendula. Yeah, it looks like this is a good version of it. And it's just so gorgeous. I'm like, whoa, that's a cool flower. This one's called Columbine. Pink Columbine. And then I also have these Columbine, which aren't necessarily as pretty. Or I have purple ones. Well, they grow kind of like the others, where it's like down, and it's just kind of like, yeah, this is it. I also have this Columbine, which isn't as pretty. Order seed catalog. Yeah, I do have a seed catalog with all the flowers and photo names, yeah. Yes, yin and yang. You can't eat the Columbine flowers, but you can eat the flowers from a dahlia. And those just taste like lettuce. And the other one you can eat is by Gas Mascus. Come back when David's on. What's the one? We usually get... I forgot the name. It's like this orange flower. David would know it. But it's like a spicy flower. Oh, I just went and picked up this thing from Beekeepers, and they have... Oh, that's pretty cool. These are the new pollinators. What are those, wasps? We ordered this thing from I picked up a paper. I was talking to some beekeepers over the weekend, and they had all these like flowers you can grow in this area that were good for pollination. Like, things to do next year. Rose petal chutney is good. Wow. Yeah, there are a lot of good blooming perennials. What I've loved planting perennials, because if I were to leave, then the perennials will still keep growing. Oh, interesting. The plants are using common houseflies as well. They change their scent to attract all new insects. Wow. Or whatever it's like they happen to, it's survival of the fittest, right? You're getting a bulb that blooms in July. Cool. You'll send me a picture. I had this picture of this plant. It was it's a weird lily. Midnight lily, or it was like almost black. You have macro photos of this phenomenon where they're attracting new types of pollinators. Nice. That's pretty cool. It is pretty neat to be in the garden and see the pollinators flying around. Not a big fan of fruit flies, I have to say, but that's okay. They're decomposers too. I'm getting used to them. I used to not like worms and spiders, but I like them now, so. I know, you use worms to fish. I use them to decompose food scraps. Stay away from my red wigglers. I know, they're the best because they're trout worms. Spiders are good bait for fish. I did not know that. So there's one crop of plants, but it has all different insects in there. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, worms and spiders are good. If we didn't have worms and decomposers, we'd just be like surrounded by decaying material. Worms and decomposers kind of help keep the smell down, and it's been really good. That is very interesting, Max Out Credit, about the flowers and the different types of pollinators. No, Hot Rails. I think with the spiders, I really don't like house flies, and knowing that spiders will eat the house flies, that made me make friends with the spiders, because I'm like, I hate killing all these house flies. Well, there's a spider web, and you can kill the house flies. Thank you. And as far as the worms go, David was, yeah, a little bit being around David helped me with the worms. I mean, it's not like I hated worms before, but I wasn't like, oh, cool worm. I was like I am now. But when David started talking about a national composting program and that we need to rebuild our soil, I really do think his discussion of rebuilding our soil pushed me into this, that and somebody else's discussion of think globally but act locally. Those two concepts kind of merged for me to start composting at my school. And so that's what I'm doing now. Well, we really do. Wouldn't say fake soil, but we have, there's been a loss in nutrients in our soil with all of the chemicals that are sprayed on their soil and just the amount of agriculture that, takes up all the nutrients from the soil. So definitely need to add more. They are explorers, true. The flies have changed their color and then they mimic the bees' coloring. I wonder why they mimic the bees' coloring. Do you think being pollinators makes them mimic the bees' coloring? Yeah, I never killed worms. I always liked them and I put them in grass, but I never... Oh, because of the predators, I see, yeah. You grow organic, you have no problems, that's good. Not really, Hot Rails. Yeah, just let the worms be in the lawn. The birds will get to them, but I tried to protect them, put them in my worm bin. But I don't mix worms because there's different species of worms and one type of worm will eat the other type of worm. I agree, Hot Rails, so I have invested in good toilet paper. Yep, they all need food. Why do worms come to the surface after a rainstorm? Because they can't really swim. It's like, wouldn't you like go to a roof if you were in the middle of a flood? They like their soil to be like a wrung out sponge. That's the moisture. Like just like a damp sponge, but not sopping wet, but like wrung out. Oh, you added some earth from your garden to a cactus plant, and the earth from the garden had one worm, and it ate the root system of the cactus plant. Did the cactus plant die then? Man. A jumping spider? You revived it. Good. You got rid of the worm. That worm. Whoa, those are wild. You like those jumping spiders? Those are wild looking. They're really tiny. Okay. They jump on your finger. No, I never had one. No, I've never seen that. Crusty crab. You changed the pot because it was dying, aiming to try and change the dirt when you found your little worm friend. It's like, naughty, naughty. Usually worms don't eat living things. Well, at least my red wrigglers. But that might not be it might not have had any food. 7 inches long? That's a good size worm. Oh, he might have been one of those, what do they call them? The night crawlers. I don't like those. They'll eat my worms. They probably would eat a root system. Yeah, the night crawlers. I'm like, stay away from my red wrigglers, you night crawlers. My goodness. Yes, that's true. All God's creatures have their place. Wait, claws all over their segments? Claws? Are you sure it wasn't a centipede? No, I don't think I've met anyone that drinks mouthwash. That's weird. Sorry. You have lightning bugs. Anytime people from up north come down, they freak out the first night they see it. Yeah. For me, I'm like, oh, I remember you. I used to live in the South because I'm from Zib, but I moved away a long time ago. But they have lightning bugs in parts of New York. They call them fireflies, yeah. Up here, we get an occasional mosquito. I think the salt water, they don't grow as much in the salt water of the Puget Sound like they do in fresh water. There's some mighty big moths in the South. Wow. I have heard of that, Hot Rails, but I've never met anyone like that. I do have rats up here. Fortunately, they're just in the forest. So that's good. Oh, we're quite windy, so if we end up dropping out of the broadcast, just so you know, I saw it go click, click, which means there was a little tiny brownout. A month and a half of black flies and then 2 months of mosquitoes. Is it black fly season right now? We're going to black fly country tomorrow. When does the black fly season end? Oh, sorry. First week of July. Okay. And I wonder if black flies are similar to mosquitoes. I heard mosquitoes I heard, they like, once they bite you and they're like, blood, then they're like, they bite you again, they like, they remember your scent. Oh, there's not black flies out when there's mosquitoes out. Okay. Oh, Baltimore gets the cicadas, they're called, the 1 in 5 year bugs. And some have a 11-year cycle with cicadas too. What about the no-see-ums? Are those out at the same time as the black flies or the mosquitoes? I've heard those are kind of bad bugs. No, I don't think it's you. I think it's just I've been working hard. If I don't breathe, they can't find me. The mosquitoes are attracted by carbon dioxide. Oh, that's so weird, Pirate. He has flies in Brazil that bite you and lay an egg in your skin. After 3 months, you feel an itching feeling, and the worm is born. Ugh. Okay, hello Sarah Chai True Blue. He says it's really hot on the East Coast. New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York corridor is 90s today. My temperature was, you said, was like 85? No. Here's my temperature. Right now it's 67. It got up to maybe 72. Oh gosh. Black flies breed in birch bark. Birch is so pretty. Now I don't want it if black flies breed in it, man. No-see-ums break off their head in your flesh. Yuck. It was a balmy 72. Wow. Yeah, it was. It was nice. Last week it got up into 80 and it was like, oh, this is warm. Like this. My hair smells pretty good right now. Yeah. That's pretty interesting about the birch trees. And I was really tall, 8 feet tall. Wow. You feel honored to be bitten by female mosquitoes, but you wish they would move on. David was saying there's some study that says that they remember your scent. And so then they come back for feasting later on. I remember one year I was in mosquito land and I had like I stopped counting at 100. I literally had over 100 bug bites, mosquito bites on my body at one time. I must have thought I smelled pretty good. Once in 2006, there was a heat wave in January of 14 degrees Celsius. And it started to rain bugs and larvae. My gosh. I am a little bit shedding. Yeah. I have heard that, Krusty Krab. You might lose your cashier job to a robot at McDonald's. But that's okay. You're going to find a different job. Yeah, me too. Just imagine you can do anything you want. Krusty Krab. You could do anything you imagine. You could put your mind to it and you can do it. Oh.
Okay, I'm ready to take over for you. You've been very kind to give me all this time. Thank you. Wow.
Thanks. We were talking about flowers and insects mostly. All right. I'll be back, people.
Okay. Thank you, Sarah. Take your
Worms,
time.
flowers, and insects.
Yeah, she's a compost expert in vermiculture.
I did harvest them. I forgot to bring them, but there's just like this many, so you could get a bag if you want.
Okay, I might. Yeah. Okay.
But the peas are like that big.
The peas are are they edible pods?
Yeah. Oh yeah, the pods are like.
And they're edible too. Wow. Yeah, that's great.
They're good.
Good. I can't wait to try them. And they're at school.
Yeah, I left them in a refrigerator.
Yeah, I don't eat them tomorrow anyway.
Okay.
I'm good. I made dinner for you, ground beef, shrimp, and I didn't put a lot of spinach in there, but there's some wontons.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. There you go. Wow, I do deserve her. Yeah. Have you checked me out? I'm not exactly a bad catch either. Krusty Krab. But I am very thankful to have her. I do deserve her, yes. I'm doing one of the most difficult things anybody in the country or the world could even think of doing. The same thing over every single day without payment, without a single penny to repay me for all the effort I am putting into building this third party. No one's giving me any breaks. Nobody's, I'm getting censored left and right. It's not like a normal political run. It's almost takes superhuman strength. So I do deserve her. And I can tell you, I couldn't do this without her. So that's the important thing. The New World Order is a very dark and nefarious plan. And our presidents in the past, George H.W. Bush, have talked about it. We know that Trump is doing the bidding of the New World Order by the mere fact that he's pushing the 5G network. I mean, that alone makes you wonder who's pulling his strings. And he hasn't done anything about chemtrails. I had a guy on the show last night who supported Trump and said he hasn't done anything about chemtrails. It's been 2 years. I know. He won't even talk about these things. And today we got slammed in the Northwest. Massive amounts of chemtrails. It's bizarre. We get the chemtrails and then the wind starts picking up and then it gets rainy. And they're sucking the water from California up here. Yeah, Trump has veritably done nothing. You're right. I would never, ever succumb to a powerful monetary elitist like Trump has. He's greedy by nature. He even says he's the king of debt. We put the king of debt in charge of a country that's deep in debt. That means he makes money on his money, and he keeps doing it. He borrows and borrows. Now he's putting out a military budget of $750 billion. He's cutting Medicare and Medicaid by $850 billion. It's unbelievable. $855 billion cut in Medicare and Medicaid. And I understand cutting Medicare, Medicaid because the liberals gave way too much out, and these scumbag clinics are just sucking money left and right. But now they're not. Now typically an examination at a hospital would normally, the government would pay, back in the old days, $500. Now they charge $50 and get paid $10. That's the new payouts that Trump is putting out. So a lot of things are actually being cut back, which could impair the well-being of a lot of people. But we need to start producing low-cost healthcare. The healthcare we have is too expensive. By the world market, it's at the top of the list. Any of us can't afford to get sick, no matter how much insurance you have. I'm against the Supreme Court as it's assembled right now. I believe it's been rigged with Russia's help. So their rule in case watched for impact on Trump. Let's take a look. Supreme Court rules in a case watched for impact on Trump's pardons. The Supreme Court ruled Monday in a close watch double jeopardy case, issuing a decision that preserves states' power to limit the impact of future pardons by President Donald Trump on his successors. In a 7-2 ruling, the justices declined to disturb a long-standing legal principle known as dual sovereignty, which allows state governments to bring their own charges against defendants already tried or convicted in federal court, or vice versa. This would apply to the Jeffrey Epstein case. But yeah, it's not the one that they're dealing with. They're lawyers for an Alabama man facing a gun charge in federal court are, after pleading guilty to the same offense in state court, resulting in a near 3-year extension of his prison sentence, failed in their effort to persuade the justices to hold the Constitution's prohibition on double jeopardy and prevent such follow-up on prosecutions. So technically, you're going to be hit with double jeopardy now if the states want to charge you with the same crimes. That's very bizarre. And a 7-2 ruling. I have to admit that this is the kind of court that's been rigged and set up with Russia's help. Brett Kavanaugh, let's not forget, Brett Kavanaugh was instrumental in getting senators like Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham to get extra money to get reelected from Russia. Yeah. Brett Kavanaugh is working for Russia. I know that sounds hard to believe, but check this out. That's our closer in the show. Hey, wondering why Trump is so set on Kavanaugh? In 2011, he ruled that foreign governments could fund American super PACs. So it's like Russia has rigged the Supreme Court too. And Brett Kavanaugh is in cahoots with Russia, obviously, to do this. And Mitch McConnell is receiving $800,000 for re-election. Same with Lindsey Graham. I mean, they're getting money from Russia. Okay, we interrupt this broadcast to bring you Larry Sinclair.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
What a really courageous man Larry Sinclair was to tell the truth about Barack Obama's homosexuality and his drug use. Hi, Add the One. Yes, I'm doing great. Really good. Yeah, so, hey, welcome, Ann. Ann's over at Antiques hanging out at the Twitch show. Yeah, we've got an older audience, tonight at Twitch. That's fine. We expect over 18 there, so if you guys are under 18, it's pretty heady discussion we're having, so I wouldn't recommend coming in here without, at least being an adult. Okay, Obama smoked crack at the BET Awards too? Are you sure? You know that for a fact, Krusty? Were you there? Did you see Barack Obama smoking crack at the BET Awards? Black Entertainment Television Awards? You have any proof of that? Are you going to be like Larry Sinclair? I saw Barack Obama smoking crack at the BET Awards. You could be like him. We have a correction. It's not 855 billion he wants to slash over the next decade. It's 845 billion. Thank you, True Blue. Yeah, but still, Trump is going to impact Medicare and Medicaid without providing an alternative. I'd provide an alternative. I've got concepts like mobile medical units that we want to roll out.
Here we go again. Here we go again.
Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. And as we have reached it, the peak of everything will fall in like rocks when you decided to. Been there, done that. There's nothing new to it. I felt this rush before. Woo, yeah!
Oh yeah.
So what we want to do is give people the ability to self-medicate with legal marijuana. I'll be legalizing marijuana at the national level. You can expect legal weed and the production of hempoline, which will be a brand new form of fuel for truckers and diesel drivers. Totally renewable and based on the simple fact that we'll have so much leaf, whether it's hemp or cannabis, and so many products like CBD oil and all these derivatives that will, our country will start to rebound economically, and this is a big plus here. But I want to get to the simple fact that I want our government to sell legal marijuana at the back of every mobile medical unit that we have. And we will have lots of mobile medical units in America that will provide immediate health care for people in need. Here's an example of one right here that would be ideal. Okay. We could sell it right out of the back of this mobile medical unit right here. With 1 gram to 3 grams supplies, or 1 to 3.5 grams. You could buy a small amount, or 3.5 grams, which will last you a couple of weeks, really, when you think about it. Depending on how much you use, of course. But medicinal marijuana will lower the threshold of anxiety in our society, and it will also provide a great opportunity for retail growth. And I think a lot of people are thinking, wow, I could really use something to make my appetite increase, especially if you're on chemotherapy or something, because you're battling cancer. We'll also have a Pillomatic in the back. Right, you're allowed 30 grams for personal use in Canada. A lot of states are gearing up, but they're not gearing up fast enough. I mean, some states are dragging their heels. The state of Maine still doesn't have any recreational supply stores. They've been 2 years now. They've been legal, and they still don't have them. LePage, the governor there, very conservative, independent, he just keeps vetoing everything they put in front of him. So they have to override the veto in order to get recreational supply stores going in that state. So there's a lot of backlash, and with a national campaign, when I legalize it, I will be absolutely opening up the opportunity for every state to just do it right away. There'll be a standard methodology that will be following the Washington State plan, which rolled out rather quickly, and everyone in Washington State is actually really, really content with it. But we're going to modify it. We're going to allow people to grow their own plants. So California has 6 plants for personal use per year. Michigan has 12. We're not going to be like 12, but 6 sounds, like a realistic number. You could really grow a lot for personal use with 6 plants. 12 in Michigan, that's right, Zetterbeard. But again, people in Maine are still wondering, when will they ever see a recreational store? Yeah, well, LePage is stopping them. He's very conservative, like Trump is. So anyway, we'll have the ability to provide immediate healthcare solutions at low cost. Typically, you'll pay $30 to go to one of these mobile medical units. There'll be a veranda outside with, for rain protection. We'll have a portable setup. Each one will have a security guard and about 4 EMT professionals working to help with you. You'll have a telemedicine system, so you'll be able to talk to a doctor if you're really in need. If you're seriously, if they want to look at you, check your vitals, you're neurologically impaired, they want to talk to you. Everybody who goes there, there'll be seating area in front of here. Everyone who goes there will have, you'll pick up a ticket like you do at any medical center in America. No, nobody's required to donate blood. No, we don't need that much blood anyway. The Red Cross has way too much blood. They have to throw it away every 3 weeks. It's ridiculous. That's a joke. The whole thing is ridiculous. And no, I'm not going to unban all. I've got too many Melcos out there. Yeah. They throw away the blood every 3 weeks. I'm not saying don't donate, but we really don't need a lot of blood. In fact, if you're in a traumatic injury, D5W would do just fine getting your salt water level up. Salt water can be injected in your body to prevent shock. Anybody can do it, and it's totally non-toxic and doesn't cause the threat of illness and getting HIV from some blood supply. No, I didn't. I unbanned about 2 months, well, a month and a half ago, but I really can't afford to unban right now. No, I'm not going to drink blood ever. Maybe you will, but not me. I'm not a Luciferian or a Satanist or a follower of Marina Abramovich. Yeah, it sounds like a character in the Flintstones. Hey, Barney, have you met Marina Abramovich? No, gee, friend, what'd she do? Well, she draws with blood, feces, and urine. Oh, gee, I didn't know. Can you imagine? Dad, you don't even know what the Flintstones are. You guys haven't seen that cartoon. I grew up with that. David, I did a trauma rotation as a student. The trauma surgeons were trying to save a shooting victim. Water was coming out of a femoral artery. You know it, yeah? Well, they were shooting him up with water to get his blood level up. In a trauma situation, they have to. Israel names non-existent Golan Heights town called Trump Heights. Are you serious? Oh my goodness. Trump is so up the butt of Israel. It's unbelievable. Trump Heights. Oh yeah. Don't look long. You blink and you're right through Trump Heights out now in the Golan Heights. I know people that live there. Or one person. I met a guy in California who was this Ashkenazi who absolutely loved free money. And he said, David, have you heard you could go to Israel and get $30,000 a year living in a kibbutz? It's like, really? It's true. You can go to Israel and get US dollars to live there. We pay Israel $3.5 billion a year, and they give it to their new immigrants so that they can continue populating their country. Yeah, it's kind of a sweet deal for people. You have to learn Hebrew, you have to study full time, and you also have to carry a gun. You have to be fully trained in handling a weapon. Everybody in Israel is, I know it's BS. It's wrong for us to cater to immigrants just leeching off the system. He stood in front of a large sign emblazoned with Trump Heights, dedicated to Trump. That's ridiculous. Hopefully they won't have any Scud missiles lobbed into the sign anytime soon as they force their will upon others. Now, I support Israel, but I don't support Zionism. I'm trying to stop the New World Order, so it's a bigger task than just, hating people. You can't hate people. That's what Hitler did. Look what happened. I don't hate Ashkenazis. I don't hate Zionists. I just don't want them to dictate our policies here. We have to be much more open to what America needs, not what Israel needs. Trump, however, is so far up Israel's ass that he pretty much whistles Dixie whenever they sing a song. Oh, I wish I was in the land of Israel. That's what his song would be. Trump Heights is hopefully the name of a future ghost. It's just ridiculous. It's only fanning the flame of hostility between the Palestinians and the Zionist Jews. So, most people don't know that Muslims and Jews got along great before 1917 and the Balfour Declaration. It turns out that the Zionists have been living since the 1890s, pretty much dominating that region. Anyway, I don't want to make a long story about Zionism. I'd rather talk about ending the New World Order's control over America and solving America's personal problems like this. Now, this would be someplace I would go with a, say you've got a mole that you don't know if it's cancerous or not, right? It's like a skin doctor would cost you upwards of $3,000 to remove and excise that mole after they, the first visit is $400 just for a, interview. Next visit is biopsy, that's $700, $2,000 for removal. You're at like $3,300. We will have state-of-the-art equipment that will actually be able to detect whether that's serious or not. And then we'll send you off to a doctor with a recommendation if it is serious. We're also not going to keep your records at the MMU. It'll be completely anonymous. You can give your name. If you don't have any money, you have to give your name, and you'll have to have a fingerprint and if sign an affidavit saying you have no money. But if you don't want to give your name and you just are sick and you want to give us some cash, the copay will be $30. And out of it, you'll get a full blood chemistry with a diet plan. At the very least, that's pretty good. Maybe you do have a mole and you want it looked at. So, I mean, all of these things are something you'd think would be common sense, and we're not getting that from our country. We're getting extremely high costs of healthcare. In my area, they have a hospital that they built. They taxed me $50 million. All the people in my area have to be taxed for the next 10 years, or maybe 15 years, to pay for this hospital, $50 million branch, where they charge $5,000 a room every day. And they ran out of money. They actually went $22 million over budget. They went up to $72 million. They had to borrow that money, which is bizarre. And now my new taxes came, or the assessment on my house, they upped that $45,000. So now I have to pay another $450 on top of a $900 increase last year. So it's like, okay, they got a $900 increase last year. Next year is going to be another $450. I'm going to be paying $1,400 more than I paid 2 years ago for my taxes, because they want to build wings and charge people $5,000 a room, and we don't get any of that money. I don't care. Diet plans are a good marker for people who want to take responsibility for their body. We need to give people diet plans, because if they don't know they're eating wrong, they won't fix their ways. At least they'll know they're eating wrong, and they should have been on a better diet plan. It won't be that costly to print out a diet plan. Here's an EMF shielding for a 4G router and iPhone for only $2. Wow, that's good. Drag King. Yeah.
You've tuned in to
10 minutes. 10-minute video. Okay. All right. We got 10 minutes of video to look at. I guess I'll watch it tonight.
Stranger Than Fiction News, broadcasting live from the dark side of the planet. Welcome to the new office, ladies and gentlemen. You might be thinking to yourself, Johnson, what are you talking about? Oh, wait a second, Johnson, you weren't kidding.
Cool. Ron Johnson is going to show us RF shielding that will prevent us from field radiation, which they're finding could trigger tumors. Yeah. Like, hold your cell phone away from your head. That's the number one thing. Use it at arm length with your speakerphone on. Don't hold it next to your head. There is some RF frequency affecting your DNA. It's small, but it's enough to contribute to cancer. I know, it's mind-blowing how stupid people can be. It's true. Beer and wine are alcohol, yeah, but not the kind of alcohol you would like to drink, because you're a drinker. You think beer and wine are bad because you like alcohol. If you continue drinking hard liquor, you'll be dead in 17 years. I guarantee it. If you're drinking every day and you're drinking hard liquor, I would go back to beer and wine. Feds charge 107 people in a $452 million Medicare fraud crackdown. Wow. In the biggest crackdown of Medicare fraud in history, Attorney General Eric Holder announced Wednesday. What year was this? 2012. Well, yeah, I remember when this happened. It was actually a pretty good thing, because they had a lot of people double billing Medicare. Doctors were getting paid twice the head doctor would get the same fee that the doctor treating the patient would get. It was like an unbelievable scam. It's good they found that. All right, I'm going to add that to our list tonight. Thank you. Stranger Than Fiction News. Oh, I've got a problem with it. I've got to activate my channel. Every time I go to a YouTube channel, I have to activate everything on it now. It's bizarre. Wow, I even turned this thing off, this Matrix thing that Misanthropy sent. And it won't even open up my playlist. Oh, yeah. It looks like I'm not going to be able to use my playlist. Huh. Wow. I'm going to have to uninstall it. Yeah, I use playlists all the time. Yeah, I'm using some technology that was sent to me last night. Yeah, I'm going to have to remove it. I can't function without my playlist. No, it's intercepting my entire playlist. Yeah, I'll have to uninstall it. Yo, well, you live and you learn, right? Let's go into the backbone of this thing. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ron Johnson. And there's my playlist. Wow. So running interference is one thing, but blocking my playlist on YouTube, I can't have that. Read my lips. No new taxes. No new playlists. I've got so many playlists from every single show we've done past 3 years. We've got a lot of stuff to look at. If you ever want to go check out our playlists, we've got the playlists from everywhere. You can see how many people have been banned on YouTube by looking at our playlist. They probably use it as a template for who to ban. Now, this is really weird. Pentagon is now claiming that new photos show Iran is responsible for the tanker attacks. Okay. The first time around didn't work, and then the owner of the tanker said that they weren't even bombs. Now they're saying, oh no, we know Iran is responsible. Oh yeah. Here we go. Here we go again. Pentagon claims new photos show responsibility for the tanker attacks. They released more photographs related to the attacks on oil tankers in the Gulf of Oman last week, claiming the images provide evidence Iran was responsible. Oh, I want to see that evidence. Here we go. Hi, Ping Ping. I didn't ban you. No, you've never done anything. Now I have to log in to see the evidence? No, no, that's not happening. You got to be kidding me. Okay. So in other words, you have to log in to see the evidence. That's how real the evidence is. Oh my gosh. They released a timeline and a map of the events last week. Oh, this is going to make it real. Oh, I got to log in again. You know, I don't think there's evidence. Otherwise, they'd make it available for everybody to access freely. So I'm going to go ahead and say, bullshit. Excuse me. Gesundheit. Okay, and Hong Kong protests had kind of mellowed out recently because the leader bowed down to the people. They could be a prelude to a big showdown over Taiwan. Come on. I'm not going to log in to get evidence. If you want to get the evidence, feel free. I don't believe there is evidence. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama is definitely a transgender, or married to a transgender. Thank you. So, New York Intel officials hesitant to tell Trump details on Russian operations. Oh, yeah. According to the New York Times, our top intel people are not going to even talk to Trump. Wow. That's interesting. Because they think maybe he's been compromised by Russia.
Welcome back to Velshine Rule. Russia issued a very sharp warning following a New York Times report that the U.S. deployed cyber weapons deep into the Russian electrical grid. News of the American intrusion into Russian networks comes nearly 1 year after the Wall Street Journal reported similar actions Russians took against the U.S. power grid. The Times story this weekend prompted a pair of tweets from none other than President Trump, accusing the paper, the New York Times, of treason and claiming that the Times made the story up, again calling the Times the enemy of the people.
Now, according to the Times reporting, 2 administration officials said they believe Mr. Trump had not been briefed in any detail, as Pentagon and intelligence officials described broad hesitation to go into detail with Mr. Trump about operations against Russia for concern over his reaction and the possibility that he might countermand it or discuss it with foreign officials. The sources cited concern over a May 2017 meeting in the Oval Office between the president, you'll remember this, and the Russian ambassador to the United States and the foreign minister, when Trump allegedly revealed intelligence information to the Russians that compromised sources and methods necessary to national security.
Yeah, I remember that. And, you know, that alone is collusion at the highest level. When he fired James Comey that day, he invited the Russians to come visit him, and he invited TASS news agency to come visit him and have private videos taken. We still don't have any video of that footage of them talking to him talking to the Russians. Why would he invite the Russians to congratulate them on that he ended the Russian thing? He said, and then when he talked to Lester Holt, he said that he fired Comey to end the Russian thing. It's like all of this points to collusion at every level, and I hate to keep bringing this up, but hey, just because the Democrats don't have their act together, even though you voted for them, don't give up on the idea that our country could have a serious problem with collusion with Russia. Total collusion and total obstruction. Trump is even not willing to even discuss the budget with Nancy Pelosi if they continue investigating him, which is complete obstruction. So Twitter is getting Elon Musk to make jokes? Oh, really? And it's not going very well. Okay. Apparently the U.S. ban is hurting Huawei more than it thought. $30 billion loss. Okay. I'm sure that's part of why China's angry with Trump, and China doesn't want to do a trade deal because they're very upset about the Huawei deal, which I think is a critical error that Trump made. Elon Musk is trying to make jokes. It's going terribly. Somehow, some way, there's always a weird Elon Musk story to write. Today, with no exception, as the head of Tesla and SpaceX changed his Twitter handle and announced that he was leaving the social media service. Before I explain what happened, I'm going to jump straight to the punchline. Tesla's stock price has been trending upwards since the news. If not a lot, but Electric reports that it's up 4% since the tweet. Now the chronicling of the life of Elon Reeve Musk. Just deleted my Twitter account. It all began this morning. Musk tweeted, just deleted my Twitter account since we're really diving in here. I'll mention the tweet was sent from an iPhone. His grammar seems solid, and of course it was a lie. Joke? Question mark? Why do I know I was a lie, you ask? Or it was a lie, sorry. Well, shortly after, he changed his name on Twitter to daddy.com, but account stayed up. Plus, if you need even more proof, he said, just deleted my Twitter account as a tweet on Twitter. And that's it. Daddy.com. Why do we write about Musk like this? I wish I knew, but first thing this morning, Reuters and the Financial Post had stories titled along the lines of Tesla's Elon Musk becomes daddy.com on Twitter, and Elon Musk becomes daddy.com on... Wait a second. You have to dig a little deeper. The Post story is just a retitled syndication of the Reuters story, but man, is it weird. Yeah. He got into a fight with an artist named Millie Magal since he took some of Magal's art without consent. The story goes on and ends with Musk deleting a bunch of his tweets saying he's going to delete Twitter and then changing his name. It's just so weird. He is apparently out of control. That's what happens when you smoke crack. I don't know. Elon Musk has got a girlfriend named Grimes. She's a musician. She's supposed to be like 32 years old, but I'm really very suspicious that she's like under 18. Seriously. I don't know, man. I mean, when he first met her, she had to have been under 18, but whatever. There she is. It's like, dude, are you dating your daughter? Now, Sarah is 18 years younger than me, so I'm not trying to, make a big issue of it, but this is just, it's just weird. I mean, she seems so young. She just doesn't seem like a 32-year-old. It just doesn't look like it. Anyway, Daddy.com sounds like he's making a reference to himself, that he's got like a daddy thing going on. Yeah. I'm a little weirded out by the whole Elon thing. The fact that he admitted to doing crack to stay up is weird in and of itself, and makes you not want to be around somebody like that because they're a crackhead. Oh, there's another charge of 24 people in a $1.2 billion Medicare fraud scheme? Interesting. I didn't cover that. I covered an old one from 2012 regarding Barack Obama, but, well, let's be clear. Yeah, there's apparently a new case of Medicare fraud, and this is on the heels of Donald Trump announcing next year's budget is going to cut $845 billion from Medicare and Medicaid over 10 years. I mean, he's just going to gut the entire Medicare without replacing it with mobile medical units. Like I said, that's a damaging thing to do. Federal prosecutors on Tuesday said they dismantled one of the largest healthcare fraud schemes ever investigated by the FBI. 24 people, $1.2 billion alleged scam. They were getting kickbacks, doctors for prescribing unneeded back, shoulder, and wrist and knee braces to elderly and disabled patients. Those knee braces are expensive. Concocted an elaborate scheme to exploit the U.S. healthcare system by targeting Medicare beneficiaries, paying doctors for prescriptions, paying kickbacks and bribes, and in turn selling these prescriptions to DME companies to ensure that they could line their pockets. Multi-layered scheme to defraud Medicare. Well, I'm glad they're doing it. Thank you, FBI, for doing something. You aren't investigating a lot of murders that are happening that are called suicides, like those two detectives that were killed recently in New York. I really believe that they were killed because of what they knew about the 600,000 emails that Anthony Weiner had on his computer. I mean, that's just so weird that two detectives would die and nobody's investigating them. They just, oh yeah, they suicided. One guy suicided the day before he was going to retire and collect his pension. It just doesn't make any sense. Those are the two guys that saw a horrific video of allegedly Uma Abedin and Hillary Clinton involved in child torture, allegedly. Yeah. So now they're dead, the guys that saw the video. Allegedly. I mean, this is just too much to process. The FBI needs to get on it. Herbal supplement linked to nearly 100 deaths, CDC warns. Wow. American health officials are urging the public not to use kratom, an herbal supplement derived from a psychoactive plant native to Southeast Asia, thought to contain potential therapeutic benefits. Wow. CDC is saying it contains alkaloid mitragynine, which is in low doses produces a stimulant effect but results in opioid-like effects when consumed at higher doses. As such, it affects the same opioid brain receptors as morphine, further exposing users to the risks of addiction, abuse, and dependence. Yeah, the FDA does not want us to be dependent on drugs except the ones prescribed by doctors that are ripping off of Medicare, okay? Yeah. They just want us to be hooked up on big pharma. They don't want us to try. I would definitely take their advice not to get hooked on kratom. What is this, like a bizarre... It's like we're on another planet. You walk into a vape store, it's like kratom supplements everywhere. I am from kratom. It's like we're an alien species or something. Harvard scientists make landmark discovery in synthesizing anti-cancer molecules found in sea sponges. I knew those sea sponges were good for, like, loofah sponges when you wipe your body down. Kratom. Loaded your car already to drop off? Okay, man. Check it. Get back to Your $200 rent includes rent and utilities? That's a really good deal. That's a good deal, man. Congrats. He has to pay $200 minimum, otherwise he doesn't get his disability check. So he found a place he can get $200 rent. That's really rare. All right. Tech travel vlog, stealing stuff from the Amazon Go store. Tech with Shannon Morris. Okay.
Hey, what's up friends? Shannon Morse here, and I am just about to head into San Francisco because I heard that there's a brand new Amazon Go store that just opened up. So the Amazon Go store is a store that was opened up by Amazon, and apparently they don't have any cashiers. So what you do when you walk in is you scan your application on your smartphone, the Amazon shopping app I believe it is, and then you just pick out whatever you want and then you just walk out and you walk.
Okay. Stealing stuff from the Amazon store. So that'll be fun tonight. Yeah, thank you. Can't wait. Now, talk about conspiracies. We brought this up earlier. Vladimir Putin, seen in a video in, I think it was like 15 years ago. I don't know the exact date, but yeah, it's a very weird video. It shows him going into a jail cell. And they say that maybe Putin may have been replaced with an impersonator. This is really wild stuff. What you're about to see, I played earlier. I'm going to play it again because this is like some people check out the show a little later. Check this out.
Владимира Путина. Нам стало известно, что буквально 3 часа назад бывшего премьер-министра под конвоем доставили в Хамовнический суд. Пресс-секретарь судьи Виктора Данилкина немного прояснила ситуацию, сообщив, что сегодня началось чтение приговора. Пока зачитана только вводная часть об основании 6-7 статей, по которым обвиняется бывший премьер-министр. В процессе чтения приговора прозвучали такие пункты обвинений, как хищение государственного имущества в особо крупных масштабах, финансовые махинации и превышение должностных полномочий. Завтра будет чтение об основании.
Okay, tomorrow the former prime minister will be indicted. This is when he was prime minister of Russia. Will be indicted with Article 205 of Russia's penal code as a co-conspirator in a terrorist act aimed at intimidating citizens and manipulating the government.
Оснований по основному пункту обвинения. Бывший премьер обвиняется по статье 205 Уголовного кодекса как лицо, участвовавшее в подготовке акта терроризма с целью устрашения населения и оказания воздействия на органы действующей власти.
State your name, he says, and the guy says Putin, Vladimir Vladimirovich. Wow. Okay, this man was, I remember 2007 they had a big controversy online that he had gone away for a while and he came back looking like this. You know, obviously the first one on the left is different in appearance than the one on the right. So everyone thought he had a makeover. Okay, Trump exposed. All right. Italian George Clooney fraudster arrested in Thailand after years on the run. Okay. I'll look at that a little bit later. But this is a really weird story that they both look very similar. But if indeed Putin, as prime minister, was arrested and then executed for 7 counts of violating state laws or government laws, who's this guy that's currently operating the Russian government? And exactly why is he doing the bidding of the Russian oligarchs? That's beginning to create a bigger question worldwide. I mean, is this man an interloper for the New World Order? Is he a person that they control? Yeah, so these are questions that are kind of like bouncing around. Should we react to this alleged case? I doubt this will even make it to the mainstream media. But yeah, I'm almost positive it won't. But thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. David, Trump don't get going away with cutting Medicaid help. I hope not. He'll cut Medicaid, Medicare. He already has planned it. Hey, you know, Paul Manafort, who didn't see a second trial, and Mueller didn't even bother investigating his money laundering charges, which would have implicated Trump, which makes you wonder about Mueller. The decision came to actually not put Paul Manafort in Rikers. The Justice Department has intervened. The decision came after Attorney General William Barr's top deputy sent a letter to state prosecutors. Mr. Manafort will now be held in a federal lockup while he faces state charges. So apparently, last week, Ocasio was so upset he was in solitary confinement. He probably wants to remain in solitary confinement because he's safer there. Oh, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate the effort. Yeah, it didn't work, though. Okay. Don't click that link. Apparently we have a reboot. I have to go back to the people over there. Let me message a mod. Okay. Okay, I called for a mod. iBlog is under attack over there. Hey, we don't have a lot of things going on over at Cool Rock Party, so I'm just going to say hey. Hey, Ann. Yeah, we're kind of just in the gaming IRL section. We're not really expecting a lot of people, so if you're watching our show, thank you for coming in. So apparently he's going to get some better treatment. Rikers wasn't exactly a place for Paul Manafort. I would think he'd be better off in solitary confinement because he's safer there. You remember, he's a guy who's flipped all kinds of information, and he probably has a lot more in his brain. So, just like Michael Cohen said, he had more information about Russia's control of our election, but the Democrats didn't even want to cut him a deal. There's evidence Michael Cohen was in touch with a Russian oligarch like 100 times on the phone, which he never even mentioned in his testimony in the Mueller report. So it's very likely that Michael Cohen has more information if the Democrats would just cut him a deal. It's unbelievable how they're just leaving this investigation with hardly any real serious detection of the crime that has been committed. Yeah, there's no mention of the dossier except for one small paragraph. That's it. The dossier is more than enough information in it, and it was 90% accurate. Russian involvement in our country is very real, and if you're wondering why this story doesn't go away, it's because they're still controlling our country from within. Trump is already compromised, and when our own Justice Department is working against the Democrats, William Barr refuses to present any evidence in the Mueller report, or at least admit that he lied when he said Mueller signed off on his no obstruction charge when Mueller didn't. There's a lot of things now that have to be moving forward in their own pace, but clearly our country's ripped apart right now with Nadler trying to prosecute William Barr trying to prosecute all the Democrats that investigated Trump. I've never seen anything like this before. It's weird. And Nancy Pelosi's like, I don't want to impeach, I just want to prosecute. That is the first step toward prosecution, Nancy. You're going to have to impeach him in order to prosecute Trump, but she's that out of it, she doesn't even know that. She has no clue. It's weird. It's like there's this fugue state pulled over the eyes of all our government bought-off officials. Pakistani politician's press conference derailed by an accidental cat filter. Okay. Sounds pretty suspicious. Cat filter. Hey, by the way, you're not watching Bill Hicks. Thank you.
The individual on the right has much darker hair, especially considering that the image was taken outside. The individual on the left is very lean and muscular, and the one on the right, while he may have some muscle build, he is far from lean. It is important to note that at this time, in 1997, Jones would have only been 23 years old.
Yeah. This is not a 23-year-old. This is not. And Bill Hicks has been impersonating Alex Jones for some time. I mean, anybody, I guess, could impersonate Alex Jones, you know?
You're listening to Alex Jones on the radio. We're all going to do it in a new place. We're going to have to find a different plan.
Okay, we got a situation. Yes, thank you. Yes, let me get in there. We have a person. Okay, hang on. We have a guy who has attacked us and stayed on. He is, yeah, that's right. So we have a guy who stayed on the show, and we couldn't kick him. He tricked the system. All right. Bill Hicks made the news again, really? Okay. Let's take a look at that. I think I may be hearing rain. We had chemtrails today. It usually follows the rain. Thank you. All right. What's going on with those child porn allegations against Alex Jones? Whoa, are you serious? New details surfaced Monday concerning the allegations that child pornography had been discovered on a server linked to a conspiracy theorist and radio personality Alex Jones, operator of the InfoWars website. Jones claimed last week that he had been the target of a malware attack which left child pornography on his servers, prompting an FBI investigation. That investigation, which the FBI will not confirm, began several weeks ago, Jones' attorney Norm Pattis told reporters. A motion filed in a Connecticut lawsuit against Jones, brought by the families of Sandy Hook victims, offered a few new details about the apparent investigation, information that was not previously disclosed by InfoWars. Attorneys representing the plaintiff, the immediate family of a child and educator killed in Newtown, Connecticut, blah, 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 say forensics firm hired the plaintiffs, discovered the illicit images and material Jones was ordered to produce by the court. Wow. After discovering an image that appeared to be child pornography, the attorney said they immediately contacted the FBI. This is getting weird, you know? This is beginning to sound a little like Sidethorn, you know? I mean, Alex may not have helped their cause enough. Maybe they're getting rid of him or something. Thank you. Thank you for checking into it. Alex is a tad unusual, to say the least. I think he's a shill. But why would they target this shill to make a fool of him, and also because they can do that with shills, and they can also make a sign that, you know, no one's ever going to question the validity of an event like Sandy Hook. Oh, scare anybody from talking about it. Over 260 bottlenose dolphins killed in strandings between Florida and Louisiana. Wow, this is not good. Huh. Okay. They've opened an investigation of what the agency is calling unusual mortality event. Over 260 bottlenose dolphins dead. Huh. Maybe they're finally drinking the Gulf of Mexico oil spill. I mean, hello. Why wouldn't they die? I mean, hello. Geez, there's oil down there. Barack Obama didn't get rid of it. Some of the dolphins recovered had visible Skin lesions consistent with exposure to fresh water. Okay. Well, I wouldn't doubt that they're filled with oil as well. I mean, there's a huge lake of oil underneath the Gulf of Mexico. Barack Obama, who said he cleaned it up, well, make no mistake about it, we took care of it. He just dumped Corexit on it, and it dropped into the bottom of the water there. There's a huge lake of oil down there. So if those dolphins swim too deep, they're just going to dive into oil. Well, let's be clear. Obama makes $750,000 a speaking engagement. Could be dolphin herpes. Yeah, it could be dolphin Ebola. The dreaded dolphin Ebola is hitting the world now. I'm making that up. Okay, at least 2 times this month, the Pentagon says Iran or Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen have tried to shoot down U.S. drones. One targeted drone was Monito. Was monitored the fire aboard the Kokuka Courageous, Japanese tanker hit Thursday. Get him. Okay, thanks. Oh yeah, dolphin measles, a classic case of why dolphins need to be herd inoculated with vaccines. Sorry, I had to laugh. This herd inoculation is so unnecessary. And no one's ever died of the measles in America. Only from people with bad living conditions do they die of measles, and it's usually pneumonia that kills them. So, dolphin measles, good theory. UN officials, U.S. planning a tactical assault in Iran. It's heating up. We knew that Trump needed something to divert our attention from the fact that he's obviously still colluding with Russia. Yeah. Now he's going to take on Iran. Well, what if Russia decides to, if Russia is already working with Israel and they're colluding, then Russia wouldn't back up Iran either. Maybe this is the opportunity that they've been waiting for. Maybe Russia was just pretending to support Iran all these years, and now they're going to side with Israel. That's just a guess. Well, you basically thought Donald Trump could actually think, and you didn't realize that he was stealing my ideas. All of the good ideas that Donald Trump had in the 2016 campaign came from me. He stole them. Yeah. It's a total collusion, Daryl. You'll realize eventually. I'm trying to save this country. Wow. U.S. says send more troops to the Middle East, cites Iran threats. I mean, I don't get the threat thing. It's like they want war, so they're going to go by the same plan that they had before. It's right out of the same playbook. They started the Iraq War, John Bolton was there. They started the Afghanistan War, John Bolton was there. John Bolton is our national security advisor now. They're starting the Iran War. And are you people going to sit back and watch another Vietnam take place? I mean, it's like the American people have lost their voice. Part of the reason is we don't see the dangers of war. It's sanitized. We don't get a real picture of war anymore. Back in the 60s, we saw live stream pretty much. They didn't have time to edit this stuff because they had no editing ability. So now they're literally sanitizing war so we don't see it. We saw it in the 60s. That's why we ended the Vietnam War. And thanks to John Lennon. Yeah, he's secretly pointing at Trump. Acting U.S. Defense Secretary Patrick Shanahan announced on Monday the deployment of about 1,000 more troops. It's like the Irish mob is parked out there. Mulvaney is in there. Shanahan is in there. I mean, Trump is surrounded by Irish people. Not that they're mobsters, but I mean, they might as well be. It's kind of weird. The recent Iranian attacks validate the reliable, credible evidence we have received on hostile behavior by Iranian forces and their proxy groups. Trump is doing exactly what the New World Order wants him to do, attack Iran. You people that think Trump is stopping the New World Order are completely bent. You QAnoners, you have no idea what's really going on. Trump is taking his orders from Henry Kissinger. It's really a New World Order. Wow. Hey, Pezzy. Okay, how do I get my stream to do that? Yeah, I don't exactly know where my just chatting is going to be, because I'm talking about the news too. I don't really know how to navigate and change where I'm going to go. I'll try to work on that, okay? Yeah, I'm still learning the Twitch, because they banned me for 5 years for claiming I'm a homophobe, which I'm not. But they banned me for 5 years here. So I guess I'm in the formerly banned room. There should be a room called the formerly banned room. That would be great. Misanthropy, yeah, I had to get rid of that program, my gosh. U-Matrix. It prevented my playlist from working on YouTube, even when I green-lighted it. Yeah, I had to uninstall it. It's an interesting program, but man, it stifles all my activities. Then you open up Chrome on a small Chromebook, and it's sitting there preventing you from looking at Netflix. It's like constantly running interference, man. No, it's good, but I had patience with it, but it literally blocked my playlist. I rely on the playlist. I shut it off, and it still blocked my playlist. So yeah, I can't use it. But thanks for sharing. U-Matrix. Good band name, the formerly banned. That's a great band name. Yeah. Let's sing it. What do you think? Get some music behind our so and kind of like give a backbeat to it. No, forget it. Not gonna happen. Rollin', rollin', rawhide. I don't think Rex would come under the name Sosadi. No. I don't think that's a Rex category. You want a cowbell too? Wow, you really want the whole kit and caboodle. I played a little Larry Sinclair tonight about how he had oral sex with Barack Obama. That was great. I mean, it wasn't great that he had oral sex with Barack Obama, but you know what I mean. You don't know what I mean? You don't have to know what I mean. Okay, looking for the background, let me go here instead. Okay, so we're heading toward nuclear war, and you want to listen to cowbell. Right, okay, yeah. It makes sense to me, doesn't it? I mean, who wouldn't want to listen to cowbell at this point? Well, we could be entering a black hole, too. I mean, either way, we're screwed. All right, here's cowbell.
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia.
Wow. This is not no, this isn't the calm before the storm. We are in the storm right now. Hey, we just got news that right in the middle of the Raptors parade, it ended in chaos after shots fired at a fan rally. Let's take a look. Raptors, of course, won the NBA championship a few days ago. Let's watch.
We're here on University at Richmond. I was down at Jurassic Park on Breakfast Television this morning. We made our way up here during the parade. Such a joyous day here, ruined by what appears to be the actions of just a few people. You can see University Avenue. It's still closed here. We have police vehicles blocking northbound University at Richmond. Some street sweepers have just pulled up beside us, but to the south as well, University is still closed. Now, this was the scene by our live truck while the celebration was still going on at Nathan Phillips Square. Let's let that truck pass us there. This was the scene as people ran by our live truck in a state of panic. Some were crying, some were yelling, "Shooter, shooter, shooter."
So there was a shot fired at the Raptor celebration game in Toronto. They won the NBA playoffs. The Raptors did. Yeah. Okay, I'll feed her. Amber is ready for food. Okay, let me get this background down. Okay, thank you. Sarah's here, and she's going to give me a little break while I continue Check sky in Minnesota and chemtrails sky. Yeah, I didn't get that link, True Blue. I got the...
Yeah, that's right, Cynthia.
This is a raptor ending in chaos. It doesn't show the sky. You're saying there's a sky picture in the back with chemtrails in that video? I don't see it. Well, since there's chemtrails everywhere, I guess, you know, you go in 1 minute.
Definitely lines in the sky above our head, my head today.
Yeah, you saw them. Oh, they were all over the sky today. I was quite amazed. Okay, 1 minute into it. Okay, let's take a look. We're going to look at this one more time and see if there's lines in the sky at the raptor situation.
We're not in any immediate danger. There
Yeah, that's exactly what we have every day in our skies.
opinions of things quickly turn to anger. People were angry that the action...
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's definitely a chemtrail. You know, they're trying to normalize it by putting it in the media. And I've been talking about chemtrails for some time. I have a website called chemtrailparty.com. Check it out. If you really want to inform people about it, it's got all kinds of solid evidence convincing people that these really are chemical dumps on our skies. They're creating climate change. They want it to happen sooner than later. They're not willing to wait 200 years. They want it to happen in 5. All right. Thank you.
Okay, so in real life, what?
You know, I don't know what room I'm in on Twitch. I can't navigate the rooms. I don't know where I am. So they said I should join, like, just chatting. That would be a better room to be in. I'm not even in a room. I couldn't find the rooms there.
No rooms yet? Create a room? Wait, no, that's not under a category. Can you walk me through the steps of how to do that, or do I have to figure it out on my own? I did not finish the documentary, no. Sorry. What do you mean? I didn't kick anybody off the stream. David and I give David breaks. That's how we do things. Hi, Easy. Press on veneers mini review. You get this spray stuff that you're supposed to put in your mouth to create a mold. Make sure your mold is really well done. I had a dentist actually create my mold for me. Then you send it off to a factory, they create your veneers and send it back, and they click on top of your normal teeth. Yes, Ping Igloo, I kissed David without his veneers in, and sometimes with his veneers in, but usually without. And sometimes if they're a little tight, they take a while to get used to and adjust to them. I didn't like them because they made my teeth appear too big. Oh, it makes me feel bad if the title's right. A cell phone tower shut down at an elementary school after 8 kids are diagnosed with cancer in mysterious cluster. All are under the age of 10, each have different types of cancer: brain, kidney, liver, and lymphoma. There's scant evidence that cell phone towers pose a real risk to humans. Even skeptics say the number of cases in this cluster is unusual. Radio frequency levels are 100 times below the federal limit, Sprint says. A private investigator for the patient's mom found the levels were higher than reported. Wow. Still below the limit, higher than reported. According to the American Cancer Society, about 411 Californians per 100,000 develop cancer every year. There could be other components out there, other environmental influences. Other forms of contamination. There's a plant that have leaked toxins into the soil for years there. Yeah, they need to dig in and find out what's causing all this cancer to proliferate in their city. I wonder if they've been eating any hot dogs too. My online son is here. Oh, who? Is Anthropy? I don't know. Who do you think my online son is? The fake off mode, the CIA spied through the smart TVs. David was saying that when they first came out. He's like, I wouldn't get a smart TV because people can spy through it on you through it. Settings maybe. Oh, Twitch just ditched the IRL label and introduced distinct categories for ASMR. What do they mean by? Anyway. He tries. He's not always successful. He gets really upset if I have it on. But he always wants me to take it with me in the road, like for emergencies, but he wants me to have it off. I don't do that. Anyway. Art, hobbies and crafts, food and drink, music and performance, beauty and body art, science and technology, just chatting, travel and outdoors, special events, talk shows and podcasts. I would say talk show and podcasts. Okay, how do I do this? I don't know. You got an AS degree lower than a BS degree. An associate's in science? I'm trying to figure out how to change my category. Ow. I think I go to Creator Dashboard. Oh, okay, wait. Just chatting or... I think it should go under podcasts. Talk shows and podcasts. I can find different, I can try different distributions of Linux in the browser. And then tags. Search tags. How do I get rid of these tags? Okay. News. Here we go. Oh, English and IRL is like, won't let me. Educational, pop culture, multiplayer, playing with viewers, improv. Campaign planning. I'm gonna go to politics. No. You think AI will run out of jobs because no one is recording their life experiences? The life experiences of an AI or the life experiences of themselves? Harvard versus Yale, which Ivy League school is really the best? I don't know if I'm interested in that. Okay. English. Excellence. 6 viewers. All right, let's see if that works. Video preview. Then I go America's Third Party went live. You want to grow up to be average. I know. It's always like, I always feel like I want to be better and all that, but why? David would just say, just be yourself. Yes, thank you, Misanthropy. Okay. Finally. Maybe that will work. Yeah, they unbanned David. Twitch.tv/coolrockparty. Yes, all of our video is actually locally recorded. Did I not save it? Let me see. And then David uploads it. So yes, he has all of his... Oh, you're right. It didn't save. Is there a save button on here? Okay, of course. I didn't upload the information. I'm so used to like Google where it just automatically saves. Extra Life live vlogging. Okay. I gotta go update information. Update information. Now I'm going back to my channel. Okay. Who, David Misanthropy? That wouldn't surprise me. That's because all of the ones that you meet are on... Oh, okay. I'll add that. Are online.
Everything good? Everything okay?
I did add a category. What are you saying? Yes, everything's fine.
Oh, good.
I did add a category. Okay, is it set yet? I had forgotten family friendly as a tag, so I added that. Thank you for that suggestion. But I don't necessarily want kids to watch my shows, but whatever. And I added it under the talk shows and podcast category instead of just chatting. I don't think just chatting is really good. Misanthropy says don't set family friendly because it could get David could get banned. Okay, what should I do instead? Shadow was the one that suggested family friendly. No, I am not. You are. How do I set it to 18 plus? Great. 18 plus? Is that it, like in my... Is that a tag or something? Under my dashboard, I think. Okay. I'm under my dashboard. They have talk shows and podcast stream information. Stream markers, search tags, stream health, stats. I'm just going to go back to my channel. What do you think, Shadow? David's, or Misanthropy says I shouldn't say family friendly as a tag because he's afraid of, I don't know, something David might talk about being not family friendly. Alex Jones stuff is not family friendly. Okay, then I guess I should be not take that tag out. Is there a way to limit Pezzy people in the room to being over 18? Alright, waiting for a reply. There's a mature content tab under StreamKey. But I don't know if I want to go that route yet. You can set a mature warning, but it's easily clicked through so it doesn't stop kids. So I might as well just take off the family friendly and just leave it as is. Because it's not really, I don't want to be saying it's mature either. Oh God, what the hell is wrong with my line? Anyway. Alright, got it. Sorry, I just... Okay, news, politics, live vlogging. I'm taking off family friendly because I agree, it's not really. But I don't. I'm not putting on mature because it's not mature. Mature to me implies like, you know, adult material that I wouldn't want kids to see. Like that picture that somebody just sent me. Yeah, they do. Samsung declared on Twitter their smart TVs were vulnerable to viruses and they removed the tweet. Wow. Okay, good. I feel better. Thank you. Talk shows and podcasts. I think that's a good spot. I didn't want just chatting. Just chatting, I feel, is like somebody just popping in just to like see what's up, where obviously we're going to be on this Twitch thing and do a regular show on here. So that's why it should be a talk show and podcast. No. That should be one of the labels, right? Or what do they call them? Yeah. Anyway. Tags. Censored. That should be a tag. So I should be in Just Chatting because everybody goes there. Okay. Let's see. Nobody really goes to talk shows and podcasts. Alright, I'll do that. Okay, one more time. I don't know. Please stop. Oh, 3 more days I can do it. Hello, Ivan. Okay. I put us in the Just Chatting category, even though I think we belong more in the talk shows and podcasts category. No, I'm not upset with anyone more than I'm upset. I'm just upset with technology in general. That's it. I'm just frustrated. That's it. All I am. That's why, I mean, I have always said that, like, I like the idea of understanding technology more, but it's frustrating to me. I think everybody's frustrated, I don't know. Or just me. I get... yeah, David could make IRC popular again. The problem with IRC is that I think it probably exposes everyone's IP addresses, and it's like if IRC was more secure, I think it would be more popular again. It's just me, so I shouldn't pursue technology because it's too frustrating for me. There are certain servers that don't expose the IP. I guess I found my... yeah. The one thing I'm not good at. I'm usually... That's the problem. It's like, usually I'm good at everything. I did play with Linux for a little while.
Okay.
Yeah, tea bags are okay for your compost pile. I'm good at most things. I can't say I'm good at all things, because...
Things keep expanding. you know, all these things we have to do.
I feel like, yeah, it's just that that's frustrating. And maybe that's a sign like I shouldn't try to pursue it, because it is frustrating.
Well, I think everything that's difficult is always frustrating. I know I avoid coding because of that simple reason. Twitch ditches IRL label. Introduces
Thoughts on Ho Chi Minh
ASMR.
storming off us?
Ho Chi Minh streaming off?
The trail?
What? The trail?
This one up here.
Oh. Ho Chi Minh was a leader who took over obviously North Vietnam and then South Vietnam, and here we are. So you are Rex. Oh, okay. David, I am Rex, whoever that is.
Oh,
okay.
God.
What? Your foot?
Yes.
What's wrong?
I have a callus that really pains me.
Can I get a foot fixer going for you?
I don't know if that's going to help.
It's right in here?
No, it's not. It's right there. Just when I step on it for a while.
I'm so sorry. Well, you know, there's the massage unit in there.
Yeah,
you can use that, see if that helps a little bit.
Yeah.
It's definitely a time to get off your feet for the summer. You get a vacation, which is great.
Thanks, Easy. Thank you, David.
Discord has been compromised. We had a problem with people, spies in there. People that were actually, you know, running some sort of a scam on us.
Mr. Bill, my garden is doing great.
Yeah.
It's never looked better. It was so cool. I got this irrigation system installed. Oh, I love it because I hate watering.
Oh, good. It does,
I hate
automatically.
watering, and it does all the watering for me. And now everything just grows like crazy. It's gorgeous.
Good, good. Well,
now
I'm glad that
I have to
worked
just get
out.
in and weed and you know.
Well, I'm glad the watering part is done.
It's
That's
awesome.
great.
There is one I want to add on to the irrigation system so that in the summer I don't have to worry about my worms dying.
Yeah.
So I want to add this
Side unit.
I have this idea of extending out the irrigation to go into the worm beds.
Yeah, that would work.
And then I'd be set, and then I could just walk away and be
well, yeah.
Here's what you need to do.
A 50-foot soaker hose will do that.
Well, I'm going to use
Yeah.
the soaker hose that you have, that piece.
Yeah.
And I'm going to make attachments.
Okay.
And then I'm going to
build.
I have the idea of drilling a hole in the side, going down again, and then across to the worm bins, and then drill a hole in it and foam around, spray foam around it, and then have a soaker hose go into each one.
That'd be good. You need the bit that goes through at least a 1/4 inch, or actually this is half inch. Yeah, I'm using the half inch right now for the water bin. I'm making another water bin. I got an attachment, but
yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Let's just do this. Thank you, Sarah.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. That was awesome. You give us the time I need to get my thing. Dinner was, eating and making.
You fed Amber?
I did. I fed Amber. She's great. She's having her CBD oil with Beefy Weefy. We give the cat a little wet food with the CBD oil in it. It helps her. She's 16 years old. She's got arthritis and Parkinson's. We didn't even need to get her examined. I mean, you could just tell. No, like I said, bad. Trump has done bad. The only good thing that Trump's done is kept the price of gas down by making a good deal with Saudi Arabia. And I am thankful for that, because no one wants to pay $4 or $5 a gallon, but, well, Russia does. Russia wants us to charge, wants oil prices to go up. So if Trump really is being controlled by Russia, we'll see the price of gas go up with all this the activity going on in Oman right now. Excuse me, Oman, the Gulf of Oman. Thank you. David, how does this make you feel? Okay. Okay. I'm upset. I mean, it's a guttural feeling that all these Pizzagate people have been doing horrible things. The guy who railed against Pizzagate conspiracies was just arrested and trying to purchase a 7 and 9-year-old child for sex. Whoa. Yeah, so folks, the guy that was really driving the force behind getting Pizzagate removed from Reddit and Twitter, your account could be banned if you use the word Pizzagate, #Pizzagate. Check this out, Scissorfight. I'm going to send it over there. This is really amazing. Yeah, and it's the guy, this Twitter verified person is a member of the mainstream media with a handle of Dr. Pizza, and the pizza emoji is his name. He railed against 8chan and Pizzagate conspiracies. He was just arrested trying to purchase a 7 and 9-year-old child for sex. Unbelievable. There he is. Tech reporter Peter Bright arrested for soliciting sex with children. Wow. You just, I mean, it really, the suspension of the word Pizzagate by the CEO of Reddit and the CEO of Twitter would have to come under the, I would put it under an FBI search as to why these people caved in so quickly to banning the word Pizzagate, which is all about shared information and revealing the dark, evil background of our government and our Hollywood scene. How are we ever going to prosecute anybody if we can't talk about it? I mean, it's absurd. There's stifling free speech. And that was the guy that did it. The guy who just solicited a 7 to 9-year-old kid for sex. No wonder he was trying to stop the word Pizzagate. He didn't want to be found out. Yeah, mainstream media pedophile. Wow. That's pretty heavy, man. The CIA spied on people through their smart TVs? Really? Okay. Hackers from the CIA found a way to keep Samsung smart TVs on fake off mode. Whoa, so Samsung is admitting that some of their TVs had pixels that were watching you? Whoa, hackers at the CIA, with the help of colleagues from the British spy agency MI5, developed malware to secretly spy on targets through their Samsung smart TVs. Huh. According to new documents published by WikiLeaks. You know, I walked into my Best Buy and I said, do these TVs have cameras in them? No, sir, they sure don't. Yeah, sure, like you know. Sure, and you're an expert. I'm not buying a smart TV. I'm getting a stupid one. Okay, all slaves in Brazil once released wanted to keep working for us? Huh? That's old news. No, Pizzagate's new news. The fact is, the guy who was trying to make it old news was soliciting a 7 and a 9-year-old for sex. Yeah, we just saw that. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to give you the information as it comes in, but we got things that we're still waiting on looking at, like boom. Boom. Nixivium sex cult had Schumer's financial records and Hillary's emails. Okay. Big league politics. Wow. This is really an eye-opener. Apparently Nixivium wraps around to Hillary. Well, let's be clear. Probably Barack Obama, too. No, we're not starting WebRTC right now. Here's big league politics. With prosecutors in the trial of cult leader Keith Raniere planning to introduce evidence on the Nixivium sex cult's deep opposition research files on its political enemies, including Roger Stone, documents from the archives are shedding light on how the sex cult stored data on top politicians, including Chuck Schumer, whom the cult viewed as a friendly ally, according to ex-employee Frank Barlato, and Hillary Clinton. Charles Schumer, a friendly ally of Nixivium's sex cult? Claire Bronfman? I'm a little bit freaked out. She only got like 18 months for handling all kinds of sex operations, and apparently kids were involved as well. David, you hear the good news? More troops to Middle East, endless war. Yeah, well, you know, this is Trump's trying to create a diversion, and he's using our poor troops to do it. I feel sorry for the guys that have to go over there and risk their life for what? Some guy on his ego trip? It's ridiculous, especially considering Donald Trump is a draft dodger. Well, the women that worked for the podiatrist that signed that order, claiming he had bone spurs when he got out of the draft, the women that actually, the daughters of the doctor, said, my dad didn't pay any rent. Fred Trump gave him free rent, or very low rent. We always wondered how he got such a good deal. Well, he was writing podiatry notes for people with bone spurs. Anytime somebody wanted to get their kid out of the Vietnam War, Frank Trump came in very handy. He got his son out. He probably got a few other people out too. I bet there are a few people walking around right now that would have been dead in Da Nang, or maybe even Poontang. That's not that funny. I think I'd rather be, you know, deceased in Poontang than Da Nang. But anyway, back to you. David, did you see the shooter's pic they caught? Which shooter? There's all kinds of shooters out there now. Fake ones and real ones. Progressives just won't admit the truth about opioids and homeless. Gosh, they can be reformed. They need a house. We should pay for them. Yeah, and that's why the homeless problem persists, misanthropy. I know. I can only absorb so many links. I'm not ignoring any links. No. Here I am, reading it in real time. By latest count, some 109,000 people are sleeping in the streets of major cities in California, Oregon, and Washington. That's a rough estimate. The homelessness crisis in these cities has generated headlines and speculation about root causes. Progressives allege that tech companies have inflated housing costs and forced middle-class people onto the streets, declaring that no two people living on Skid Row ended up there for the same reasons, LA Mayor Eric Garcetti said. For his part, he blames a housing shortage, stagnant wages, cuts to mental health service, domestic and sexual abuse, shortcomings in criminal justice, and a lack of resources for veterans. These factors may have played a role, but the most pervasive cause of West Coast homelessness is clear: heroin, fentanyl, and synthetic opioids. Yeah, I mean, you could even give them a bathroom and they'll still crap in a bottle. I've never crapped in a bottle. Or peed in a bottle. That's right. You people pee and crap. Of course, you are human. I understand. I am here now, talking to you. Drag King, please. Yeah, no one's jealous of anybody here. You're creating drama, dude. You are hair. You're here now and you're gone tomorrow. Hair, beautiful hair, long shining hair, the musical named Hair. Well, yeah, I think the Democrats have been just deferring the homeless problem to all these problems. Not their fault for not installing toilets. I think if they put really user-friendly toilets for people, I think people would use them. And I have a couple ideas I'm working on, maybe building 7 toilet stalls for $1,000. Yeah, I'm thinking about the costs, and I looked at the toilet bowls themselves, and technically I don't even need toilet bowls. I just need toilet covers. And frankly, any of those things are available. It's like a dime a dozen. Would you prefer a fluffy one? No, that would carry disease. What about providing liners for people for the toilet bowls? Well, that's always an option. Or you just produce a prisoned issue, kind of toilet. That's a fluffy one. Ooh, I like the clear one. That's kind of cool. But I just need the cover. I don't need the toilet. I can dig a hole and put whatever's going in it in the hole 8 feet deep, 2 feet wide. And nobody gets caught in there because we can build the unit so it's locked in place. I know it's difficult to look at a toilet because you look at one every day, all of you, except the 500 million people who are watching us right now in India on UHF who have to take a dump out behind a tree every day. And I feel bad for you people. I hear you, Amber. I wish this is the best one, the kitty cat one. You know, I once saw a cat that was trained to squat over the thing and go in the bathroom, in the toilet. Believe it or not, cats can be trained. It takes a lot of effort, but I never trained mine to do that. You're on the streets of LA tonight, close to South Central? Whoa, really? Compton? By McDonald's? Wow. Hare, you're our street representative from the LA region. I grew up in the LA. I lived in the street for a couple of years in my van, down by Venice, down by the river, eating government cheese. Yeah, I wanted to experience what it was like because I came from a middle-class family, and I just decided I got a van, a VW van, and I lived in it for a couple of years. So I know what van life is all about. And I know how bad it is in the streets and how fentanyl really is. Back then it was crack and meth. And yeah, now I think fentanyl and oxy are the big ones. Yeah, that's not news, Pennsyltucky Ducky. Expiration dates on your cans are meaningless for the most part, yeah. The government's been trying to tell everybody, we don't really want you to throw the can out at that expiration date. Because apparently food is good for many years, as I've proven you on my show. The homeless are dying in record numbers in LA. Some people believe that there may be like a bubonic plague, a black plague brewing in LA because Derek Garcetti can't seem to build a toilet. Yeah. Your link is news as far as I'm concerned. Lady Gaga admits semen and menstrual blood in perfume. Hold on, please. We'll wait on that just a second. I can only absorb one fact at a time. Wow. A record number of homeless people, 918 last year, are dying across LA on benches, hillsides, railroad tracks, and sidewalks. Deaths have jumped 76% in the past 5 years, outpacing the growth of homeless population. Oh, so the people are dying faster than they're becoming homeless. I wonder if that's a plan, you know? Is that like intentional? You think they're just feeding them genetically modified food? Or getting them tainted fentanyl, or that marijuana that somebody bought in New York? It had like angel dust in it. The guy, did you see that guy grab the baby and just toss her in the ground? It was insane. I played it for you, but it's really too much to look at. A millionaire stock trader was sentenced to 9 years in prison in the death of a worker he hired to dig tunnels beneath his house as protection from potential North Korean missile strikes. He killed a worker digging tunnels under his house, and he's a millionaire stock trader. 9 years in prison seems like hardly enough. He should be digging holes the whole time. What about the Dallas shooter? Oh, do we have to go there? Every single day there's a new shooter. Okay. With very little pictures of blood evidence. All right, let's go check it out. Gunman shot dead after opening fire on federal courthouse 9 hours ago. Okay, let's take a look. Now, this guy definitely is dead from just being homeless and not getting the supplies of food and clothing and home that Eric Garcetti didn't promise him. It's Eric Garcetti's fault that that guy's dead, in my opinion. You know, that page was not found. Page not found. Oh, dear Lord, the page not found. Let's try another one. Dallas shooter Dave. Is there something happening in... Could you give me a link, maybe, Super Saver? Aside from death threats against me? That'd be great. Yeah, I don't have anything. This is like breaking news. I don't have anything. Here it is. Oh my gosh. You're trying to find it? Okay. Here it is. All right. We go from the homeless person who died on the street to raw video of a gunman exchange fire with officers outside a federal courthouse in downtown Dallas. Here we go.
We got shooting down here right now. Shots fired, shots fired. We got SWAT coming through. Holy crap. Shots fired.
That's fake. Yeah, I'm sorry, that's fake. Number one, why is this guy standing up there videotaping it? He reminds me of the same guy that was standing over the CERN reactor when the human sacrifice allegedly happened. Remember that one? He's like, a raw video showing human sacrifice in front of the CERN reactor. Well, this is obviously fake. What is he standing there with a video camera and he's like ready to go? He's like hitting the on button. Am I right?
Oh. Shots fired. Shooting down here right now. Shots fired. Shots fired.
Oh, yeah, no, this is BS. No, sounds completely fake. Thank you. They just keep fanning the flame of guns are dangerous. We should just get rid of all their guns. And then they'll decide to get rid of plastic knives and gas cans. They won't allow us to have any gasoline because people could use that to start fires. Yeah, pretty soon they'll be banning gasoline. You know the Democrats, they're planning on just forcing everybody into their homes, out of their cars, and force them to buy an electric car or stay in your house. Because we're also frightened of the fake terrorist events that are happening. And there are real terrorist events happening, don't get me wrong. Just hardly any compared to the number of fake ones. California governor is now, he's so hot and saucy about his party, like he thinks he controls the state now. He thinks he can just drill the Republicans. He says, California governor says Republican Party is headed into the waste bin of history. Yeah, but unfortunately, he doesn't even have the guts.
California governor.
He doesn't even have the guts to deal with his budgetary crisis. A tax and spend governor with a big mouth who thinks he's Mr. Hollywood can't handle his budgetary crisis. And then he talks about Republicans. Believe me, the two parties are at fault here. This banter, left versus right, right versus left, that's all designed to divide us. I don't like him any more than you do, but for the same token, he doesn't like Republicans any more than you like him. So it shows if it was a fake shooting. Yeah, thank you. Washington Post says there was a fake shooting. Really? They actually admitted it? Oh, okay. So there you have it. When a man opened fire at the courthouse, this photographer didn't run. He pulled out his camera. Yeah. Yeah. It was like a studio event. Okay, everybody in place? Okay, clear. Wait for the guy in the red shirt, and that'll be our signal to start. And they did that over at the Christchurch shooting in New Zealand. You saw this red... Whenever there's a red person in the camera frame, action started. It's like a clue that the crisis actors use. They have red shirts, and they all carry things that are identifiers, like water bottles and things. Mr. Brave Cameraman, yeah. There are homeless tents in every town, every city. Yeah, I know. We're going to be featuring a tent that you can convert into an Eskimo hut tonight for next to nothing. Yeah, we're excited about that. I know. Okay, so another story came in while I was gone. A cell phone tower is shut down at an elementary school after 8 kids are diagnosed with cancer in a mysterious cluster. And here people have been saying, oh no, cell phones don't cause cancer. Towers definitely do. The affected students at Weston Elementary School in Ripon are all under the age of 10, and each have different types of cancer: brain, kidney, liver, lymphoma. Okay, I'm going to say there is plenty of evidence that this causes dangerous radiation can cause cancer. There's plenty of evidence. And now Donald Trump is trying to, enter the news again with his, trying to fan the flame. He knows that a lot of alt-right people who are really wondering what's wrong with this guy. He supports 5G and all this other stuff. Well, now Donald Trump is trying to get their vote back by talking about 9/11. He says, oh, I think I know who was behind it. Oh, yeah. Well, he was there, and he's good friends of Giuliani. If anything, they are the inside on that. And I think there was an inside job. I believe that there is a cover-up. But now Trump knows exactly who it is. Ooh. He probably is going to name a couple Saudi Arabians. You know. But anyway, he writes, and I quote, "It were other people. It were other people. Our president," this is the syntax he used. And Mulvaney wasn't coughing in the background, so there's no excuse for this, Donald. It were other people. You see that? It were other people. And I think I know who the other people were. And you might also. Yeah. Well, no. I mean, it's just unbelievable. He doesn't know anything. And this is just a story just to generate buzz for the QAnon group who always need something. Throw them a bone. Give them something to, munch on. They got rid of the 600,000 Anthony Weiner emails when they got rid of the 2 detectives that were investigating that. They're dead. They suicided. So now alt-right people in the QAnon group don't have anything to say. Oh, Donald Trump is going after the pedophiles. No, he's not. And I need to remind you, too, our Labor Secretary, Acosta, has not even made a statement about his involvement in the Jeffrey Epstein case. I mean, come on, people. You people on the right, what's wrong with you? Trump isn't not going to be pursuing anybody in the deep state. He hasn't prosecuted Hillary Clinton. He won't even charge Elizabeth Warren with a crime regarding the DNA thing, which I, by the way, preceded everybody on. He copied me on that. Getting the DNA on her shows that she has less than 0.5% Cherokee, or any Indian for that matter. Most of us white people have more than that in our body than she does. She needs to be prosecuted, but he won't prosecute her because he's part of the deep state. They love the banter back and forth, left versus right, right versus left. Lady Gaga admits semen. No, I didn't. Do I have to? Okay, I will take a look at this for a second.
Obviously, the new perfume that you're releasing. Now, we did hear that it's going to smell of blood and semen. Is that true? Will it actually smell like that?
No. Well, let me explain. Actually, the perfume smells like an expensive hooker.
Okay.
But I did use, in terms of the...
I'm sorry, I'd be violating the terms of service of I'll have to wait on that. Yeah, I can only play 23 seconds based on the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. I'm so sorry. We'll find out later. It's just 30 more seconds. Sure, she confirms it. Yeah, I think they like to do this right in front of our faces. The thing about the dark side, these people actually want to. They want to be accepted as Satanists because they feel it's normalized their life being evil and Satanistic. So they want to. It's like trivialize this stuff. That's what they do. Yeah. Uh-oh, Megadeth's Dave Mustaine says he's diagnosed with throat cancer. Wow. Another guy affected, Megadeth's Dave Mustaine. I wonder if it's related to the HPV virus that Michael Douglas got. And I guess Val Kilmer is in recovery right now. Touring News, good evening. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Val Kilmer is he's in recovery. I mean, he wants to be seen as a new guy. So he puts his best foot forward, and Val Kilmer is a new guy. He's got a little bit of a puffiness in his face from being on steroids, but hey, he's coming back. Apparently this type of throat cancer is beatable. Not only him, but Michael Douglas had it. So hopefully Dave Mustaine will get the right treatment. Yeah. He's 57 years old. He's facing obstacles. He's got a lot of work to do. Well, hopefully he'll be in recovery too. That burning the cigarettes at the late hours, drinking alcohol, that can do it too. Yeah. No, I think Val Kilmer would lose against Tom Cruise. I think Justin Bieber would lose against Tom Cruise. Yeah. He put it too, like a Mr. Ego Trip wanted to take Tom on. Justin Bieber's height is 5'9", and Tom Cruise's height is 5'7". So Justin Bieber has a 2-inch height advantage, which means he probably has slightly longer arms. But Tom Cruise is at the height of his strength, so he could easily, hit him with a really good punch. Kind of like a sidewinder punch that would take Bieber out. It's kind of sad that people like that want to, what Bieber's doing is ridiculous. It's very immature. Pentagon's considering targeting a missile strike on Iran's uranium enrichment facility in early July. Oh, good to know. Thanks, Super Saver. Yeah, at Onan, not OAAN, it's Onan. It's at Onan. Or Oman. Oman, yeah. Yeah, it could happen. I think that Trump is working for the New World Order, and they truly want to, take out Iran. The problem is they've underestimated every single organization they try to take out. Their attempt against Syria was a disaster, and even Putin was miffed by that whole little routine. So there's got to be a split somewhere in there. If the Zionists are running Putin, this imposter named Putin, and they're also running an operation for our country to take over through rebel troops, it's one of two things. Either they want to test their weapons out in Syria, or they really don't have full control over either entity. That's also possible. But Syria is kind of a litmus test for the powers that be and what they're able to do. I don't know. Maybe Bieber wants to just have a bromance with Tom, and that's the only way he can reach out, being he's got all screwed up in his masculine way. Yeah. Bieber looked to me like he was in the process of some sort of a conversion. Is that okay with you people at Twitch? Are you okay with talking about the transgender subject? I'm hitting a nerve over there. Got a lot of transgenders who are watching us. I don't use the other word. I hope you realize I've been very careful. Okay, sick, wild, crazy, insane, provable, fake, probably Ebola and measles. Fake? Okay, are they faking the Ebola measles attack now? It's hard enough listening to the fake news, let alone the real news. Now we have fake Ebola measles. Uh-oh. Terrible Tim has got a video. 25 minutes of Terrible Tim. Wow. Okay, that's asking a bit much, but I'll take a list. I want to know more about the fake measles and fake Ebola stories. Yeah, that was just... Terrible Tim can be terrible at times. Raptors fans flee after shots fired in the fan rally. Yeah, whatever. I got to clear out the stories are just so weird. The conspiracy that you're being watched just got a lot more real. Samsung, we just heard this, has pretty much admitted that hackers of the CIA found a way to keep Samsung smart TVs on fake off mode. So the company thinks they're off, but they're being listened to. Yeah. Bieber versus Bieber. A $10 million lawsuit by police kick citizen video. Okay. Police kicking a citizen. He got $10 million, really? I got swatted and had to lay down on the grass and cuffed for no reason. I couldn't even get representation. Okay, yeah, you are being watched. If you have a smart TV, you better put a blanket over it at night. Otherwise, you and your
Phoenix,
wife...
Arizona. When people think of Phoenix...
Otherwise, you and your wife are actually, they're live entertainment for the NSA. Oh, honey. Oh, you're hot. Turn on that porn, honey. And then they're watching you watching porn. I mean, you can only imagine, right? You've never done that? Good. Avoid porn. Okay. Phoenix cop, extreme response to shoplifting, caught on tape. Okay, this is, I guess we'll have to watch this guy who thinks he's funny again. Okay. The token comedian.
What do they think of? Well, no one actually thinks of Phoenix, but if they were forced to, what would they think of? It would probably be the extreme heat, or a college you can graduate from in 3 weeks, Or the fact that the city's basketball team has the world's most random mascots. Yeah, seriously, how do you pick a gorilla when you're the Phoenix Suns? All right? You could have been a phoenix or you could have been a sun. A gorilla makes no sense!
All right, I've seen enough. It'll definitely go into the video section and watching it later. Thank you. Well, let's be clear. If Barack Obama gets $750,000 to speak, then I should too. Yeah, this is weird. Nixibium cult wraps around to Hillary. Yeah, it's weird. I'd show you more links, but I don't have them. Playlist, pics. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. We have an asteroid that's heading our way. The asteroid QV89. Will the giant space rock hit Earth in September? It's on the risk list. So if you happen to get hit by an asteroid, enjoy your ride, and I'll see you on the other side. Yes, we will all greet in heaven, except for you bad people who are obviously evildoers, who will be burning in hell. Refugee FEMA camps, really? Huh. Okay. Isn't that what FEMA camps are set up for, refugees? Wow, Scissor Fight has a real one here. This person says, my friend has done 2 hours now volunteering as a legal advocate inside CBP facilities. She passed along information about what's happening there that indicates the Trump administration is violating every basic human right and is moving toward military solutions. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, so I'm on it. So the folks understand that process CBP has outposts on the border. Refugees seeking asylum travel hundreds of miles on foot, including infants, small children, and turn themselves in as these outposts on foot. Here's what happens next. Don't look away. CBP then transfers these human beings to a facility called the Dog Pound. Here, my friend starts crying. The Dog Pound is comprised of cages outside and on dirt with no protection from the elements. Don't look away. Whoa. Whew. Okay. While there, my friend saw a CBP agent. Oh, there's no baby food, too. My friend saw a CBP agent taking a baby from her teenage mother, strip the baby of its clothes, hand the baby back to the mother, and send them outside to the Dog Pound to sleep in the dirt. Whoa. Elizabeth says, the Dog Pound has no running water, no covers, no tarps, no care, no safety from the elements. It's freezing at night and deathly hot during the day. So he's trying to make it so miserable these people will never try to do this again. It's like Hitler did. If everyone is sick, my friend said she saw a baby on this trip that was so sick I thought it would be dead by morning. Wow. Toddlers of the Dog Pound who had been eating solid food are given only infant formula. Moms are trying to start breastfeeding again so their children don't starve. These moms are dehydrated, sick, and walk miles to the desert with no water. CBP gives them nothing. Are you hearing this, people? You were in a FEMA camp earlier? This is bizarre. I mean, thank you, Scissor Fight, for really bringing this to our attention. I'm really getting pissed off here. Now, I'm not okay with that. Uh-oh. No. It gets worse. Don't look away. From the Dog Pound, these human beings are moved in an area called the freezer. The freezer is kept at 55 degrees. Some of the refugees who are moved, they're still wet from their journey. Okay. They're kept in the freezer for weeks at a time. Weeks, 55 degrees, including critically ill people, disabled people, sick children, teenage mothers with babies. The floor of the freezer is made of dirt or very rough concrete. There are no beds. Keep reading. Refugees are supposed to be moved to ICE facilities that are designed for residential care. They have beds, food, bathrooms. However, keep reading. Those facilities are empty. ICE is shutting them down. Whoa. What our government is doing instead is moving refugees to military installations. The announcement about Fort Sill, which was used as a Japanese internment camp, is only the start. So why would our government be doing this? These concentration camps, let's call them what they are, will be under the control of DHS, Department of Homeland Security, but within the department, unlike ICE facilities, which allow site inspections inside, there will be no inspections of military-run camps. The military will be able to deny access to anyone who chooses, no media, no oversight. Whoa. Lawyers will not be allowed in. No lawyers. Human rights monitors will not be allowed in. The camps will be also protected airspace, meaning that no drones can fly over them to take pictures of what's going on inside. Oh my God, they're getting ready for the final solution. Yeah. Wow. Holy moly. You think Hitler had a final solution? Hitler was funded by the same people that are funding the New World Order. Yeah, that's the problem with this whole subject. We have to really look deep into this. It's not just a conspiracy theory, it's real. Wow. The Trump administration will be able to conduct itself in whatever way it wants to without anyone knowing what's going on inside. Think what that means. Think about why they would want it. This is happening right now. Elizabeth McLaughlin continues to say ICE facilities with beds and food are empty because the Trump administration is moving refugees into military-run concentration camps where they can do anything they choose without oversight, media scrutiny, or advocate access. Yeah, this raises the question, did they set up those guillotines in Georgia? Yeah. Right. This administration is already committing atrocities at the CBP facilities. Border Patrol agents at the facility where my friend was working refer to these people, human beings, as bodies. Not people, bodies. Well, Georgia was where they, the state of Georgia has put a request for 30,000 guillotines. And Atlanta is in Georgia. So a state request went through to get guillotines to Atlanta. Possibly CDC use. Right. Yeah, this is bizarre. I'm serious. We're dealing with another Nazi takeover underway within our own country. And remember, Trump read Hitler's speeches by his bedside, according to his deposition with Ivana Trump. Yeah, she said it. He read Hitler's speeches. So many people don't realize, but Hitler was part of a New World Order at the time. He was funded by the Rothschilds, the very same people that own most of the banks in the world. So if their goal was to get rid of the population, this would be the way they would do it. They're denying medicine, toilets, beds, food, shelter, and clothes at these facilities. My friend said that Flores is on very tenuous grounds. Flores, okay. We're days away from being met with, we're not going to let you in no matter what. They would not use something as inefficient as that to kill people. No, that's just the cleanup operation, Joe. Yeah, this is the worst proof ever, what somebody's tweeting. Yeah, well, right now we're looking at somebody's tweets, okay? One moment, please. We're having some people who are actually listening and getting a little fearful, so we better go back to what's going on video. Hold, please.
Dude, look, what's going on, dude?
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
You know, I haven't really woken up and done anything. All right, and back to the read. Military forces are already being shifted to CBP. My friend saw Coast Guard agents, read that again, working for CBP at this facility. If we do nothing, there'll be blood on our hands. Wow. So are we going to sit back and do nothing? My hair is awesome. What are you talking about? If Pelosi does nothing, there'll be blood on her hands and the hands of every Democrat who refuses to act to end this administration's reign. Fascism is here, everybody. Yeah, look at Gorsuch, the justice. He had a club in college called Fascism Forever. He's a Supreme Court justice. Fascism Forever. That was his club. Okay? You got a 124-year-old book?
Wednesday, August 9th, 12:15 Mountain Time.
Okay, I'll play that tonight. It's the Barron Trump facade. They put Trump in charge, and they told him to name his son Barron. It's very simple. There's no big, huge prophecy here. That's all BS. I'll put it in Trump, too. Hey, that's you. Oh, you saw yourself at the FEMA camp? I'm not trying to make light of this, folks. This is a tweet that is very, very suspicious and reveals the underbelly of why Trump isn't even reporting on 4,500 kids missing. He's got hundreds of thousands of people now being sent to concentration camps. If this enrages you, devastates you, frightens you, share this thread. Then call your member of Congress and read it to them. Then call at Speaker Pelosi and ask for her. She sits silently by as our government allows this. Or does this. Wow. Unreal. The border action actually requires immediate action by the Democratic Party. That's why we voted the Democrats. I did. I wanted the midterms. I wanted them to do the impeachment process. I still do. Yeah, she believes that government could solve this. But like many Democrats, they're finally becoming disillusioned with their party. You're seeing that happen right now as we speak. Well, welcome to America's third party, because we wouldn't tolerate this abuse. We want to make sure average people are given the opportunity of participating in this government too. We wouldn't have the censorship that we have currently in America. I want to bring back the fairness doctrine. Pardon me? My hair is, I used a conditioner. Yeah. I want to bring back the fairness doctrine and make sure that all these networks offer more people exposure on these issues, not stifle discussions of vaccine safety or the FEMA camps that are clearly being used by Trump as a military option. You see, the plan is that they break our country down by pushing people into our border area. We even know that Beto O'Rourke financed some of the border operations of the people coming up from Guatemala, and all throughout the areas of Central America. These people came up. And we know that Beto O'Rourke's campaign, Project Veritas, found this out to be true. Beto O'Rourke actually supported that. There's evidence MoveOn.org was supporting these people coming up here. So this is the New World Order tool. George Soros, one of their puppets, then funds this breakdown of our immigration at our border, and then pretty soon the problem reaches critical mass and it pushes deep into our cities, and then they have to declare martial law. This is a technique they are using to try to destabilize our nation. And because they're able to do it with no oversight, no monitoring, the Democrats, Republicans are pretty much owned by these people. I can bring back the Homestead Act, yes. In fact, that's what our Homestead Renewal Plan is all about. You know, Alex Jones makes you wonder, should you buy a tiny house? He acts like,
you're going to be living in stack and pack housing, and it's the Agenda 2030. It's the New World Order. They're taking over.
Well, no, he's trying to keep people from getting a tiny house, claiming it's stack and pack housing, when in fact, tiny house living would help us populate the regions all around the world, or all around the country, rather. We'd have a lot more people moving to farther reaches like Kansas and Wyoming if there were no restrictions on tiny houses. So I really believe that we should kind of move in that direction. So we came up with the Homestead Renewal Plan. Yes. I just don't have it. Oh, here it is. This concept is we can turn anything from a motel or a residence, a condominium, an old house, foreclosed, condemned building, into something nice like this house right here. And we can offer you a $15 an hour job fixing it up. And if you're a plumber or a carpenter or an electrician, you can get $25 an hour. Now we can build these and flip them. And in the case of motels, we can put kitchenettes in them, and we can actually use them as a way of providing public housing cheap. The Democrats have a bunch of public housing setups in our area. 2 or 3 are in the works right now. One in my local town, where they want to put about 250 units overlooking the ocean and make it public housing, which will destroy the property values in the area. And it's not just about the property values. The Democrats mindlessly believe that these speed freaks and fentanyl users and opioid users that are lining streets in every city in America are somehow going to get into stack and pack housing. That's what Alex Jones was thinking. But the tiny house movement is actually a way to spread out, not just put people in cities. I don't support the Democrats' idea of stack and pack housing. That's for damn sure. Okay, so we also have a solar rooftop revolution, a concept where we can create jobs by installing solar rooftops on houses throughout the country. We'll start with a lottery basis and move from there. But people could get solar rooftops for free and pay for it with electricity out of their savings of their electric bill. We get a portion, you get a portion. We both save. It's a win-win. Okay, global population could hit 10.9 billion by the end of the century, according to UN. Yeah, that's perfectly okay. If only we could get water to everybody, that'd be great. But unfortunately, the globalists don't want to get water to people. They want to control it and use it like a commodity. Yeah, that's the problem with the New World Order. They want to shrink the population. They're of no value to humanity. The New World Order literally wants to get rid of 90% of the population because they fear this is going to happen, 10.9 billion by 2100. Instead of providing services and water and cleaning the water and air that we breathe, they just want to get rid of us. It's very simple. How do you know our plan, David? It's not that hard to understand. It's pretty obvious. Well, the reality is, if people realize that you people are trying to get rid of them, and you try to do exactly what Hitler did, we all know what happened to Hitler, and I think you underestimate the power of the nation-state model, where nations will work together to defeat a new world order. I don't think you realize that. You think you have it all under control, when in fact you rely on the very people that are part of the infrastructure that you're dumbing down to do the job of this entire thing. You don't have to thin out anything. You need to provide more water and more services and cleaner water and cleaner air. And you have to stop the plastic waste. If humanity did that, we would be on the right track to get to 10 billion by 2100 and not complain about it like you elitists are doing right now. The problem is you made money on the backs of all of us buying your product with no knowledge of where that product was going to end up. And you don't want to pay the price that you've already built into your inflated costs of getting rid of that end product and wasted material. So instead of getting rid of plastic waste, you'd rather get rid of us. You see how screwed that is? You're committing genocide, and we all see that. So let me tell you how this plays out. It doesn't matter. Any one of us is not going to stop you, but all of us will. So you could take out any one of us. It wouldn't matter. All of us will eventually stop you. It happened time and time throughout history. History stands on my side. The nation-state model will endure any type of global takeover. When Hitler tried to do it, he failed. When Caesar tried to do it, he failed. When Napoleon tried to do it, he failed. Attila the Hun failed. They always fail because they never estimate the danger that they put themselves in when people are hungry and pissed off. Now you can dumb them down all you want, but they get to the point where you can't stop them. Unless you think you're going to use an armed military takeover to do it. In that case, good luck, because in case you haven't noticed, our country still has 460 million registered firearms. And I don't mean small firearms, I mean big ones. Yeah. So to think that you're gonna somehow dumb us down and get rid of our guns, so we'd all bend over like the Jews did to Germans' takeover and Hitler's takeover of all of their villages. Yeah, good luck with that. We'll see how that turns out with where you're headed. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, I can't play that anymore. They monetized it. Nah, it's gonna backfire. The Ming Dynasty, people were so poor that they literally ripped the elitists apart limb by limb. They slashed them, they cut them. It was just pathetic. You really think that your global idea of trimming the population by 90% is going to succeed? That's really bizarre. Trump drives down price of F-35 25% from the Obama level. Yeah, because the F-35 continues to underperform and Lockheed knows it.
This dry-eyed freak is so...
We've got a dry-eyed freak as a testimonial to one of these events that they're trying to scare us with. Okay, back to this. Media coverage of Trump is consistently negative that as a casual observer might easily conclude he has accomplished nothing. And he drove the price of F-35s down. He shouldn't even be ordering these planes because they're defunct. I have them flying up over me all the time. I mean, admittedly, they do fly. But they didn't pass the two critical stress tests against the F-16, a plane 20 years older. They couldn't beat it in certain air-to-air combat situations, which is really, really pathetic that they would produce an F-35 and continue to fund it. He shouldn't have ordered any of them. Unreal. They're flying over my head right now, probably. Sounds like F-35s. There's a slight difference. The F-18s are called the Growlers, and they have a really deep sound, whereas these are more high-pitched, the F-35s. The gunnery system is not available yet. It's supposed to be done by the end of 2019. That's what we've been told, yeah. It's not secret information. So they're working diligently to get that done. But let's face it, we're milking a dead horse here. There's no milk there. David, if someone smokes weed too much, can they become stupid? No, that's impossible. Weed actually accentuates neuron activity. The THC, tetrahydrocannabinol, engages in a activated enzyme role in the neuropeptides. The sequencing accelerates. It appears that you are forgetful simply because you're thinking so fast. Now, the reason why people who are high on marijuana act like they're forgetful, they don't know what they're doing, they lose track of what's happening, and they're not motivated, is because their mind is going in all the different directions, and it drops whatever it's doing, and it goes off in another direction. It actually enhances your IQ. Anyway, I think the bombshell story tonight was this big, huge Putin controversy. Before and after pictures, obviously different. I mean, in a big way. So we're not in any way inclined to believe that the man named Vladimir Putin today is even Vladimir Putin. He's just some New World Order shill who's been stuck there by the oligarchs. Yeah. Money controls Russia just like money controls America. So the people that control the money are pretty much having to sort this out right now. We Americans have no say in anything. He got younger, yeah. In 2007, it was a big controversy. He got younger, yeah. No, so pot doesn't make you less intelligent. No, that's incorrect. How ironic, Dave. Oh, the Lorax tree, said to be Dr. Seuss's muse, topples in San Diego. Jeez. The famous Lorax tree. Jeez. Poor tree. The seaside cypress believed to have inspired the fanciful truffula trees of Dr. Seuss's classic 71 children's tale, The Lorax, has toppled. It's an iconic tree, a beloved tree. Now it's a fallen tree. Build a rest area around it. Yeah. I think it's the neglect of Californians who have been urinating on the tree or something. I think I know who's... Oh, yeah. That's not a story, though. Trump can't even spell. Trump doesn't know anything about anything. If he's trying to say he knows who's behind the 9/11 attacks, it's to somehow feed you guys who are on the alt-right a bone, and that somehow, oh, yeah, he's onto something. Oh, yeah, sure. Ooh. Yeah, sure. Yeah, like, yeah, uh-huh. He won't even say inside job. The guy is gutless. If he had any balls whatsoever, he'd say it's clearly a cover-up and an inside job. David, I read about a supplement that makes you younger. I don't use supplements, nor do I want to be younger. I am currently the age I was born with. Actually, I'm doing regression therapy. I call it age regression therapy art. Hey, Kenji Soup just threatened me. Okay, Kenji, let's take you to a higher level. Yeah. Thank you. Can you imagine that guy? Tried to punch somebody in the face, somebody would drop kick him and break his neck. Like, geez. Some of these people think they're so tough with their mouth on the internet. It's funny. There ought to be like an internet martial arts BS degree. Where you, oh, I am expert at everything. I don't really need that. I have no problem there, Johnny. Thank you. I know many of you are seeking erectile enlargement solutions in your life, but isn't it time you just gave it up, you know? Day by day. Well, here we haven't even covered the news. There's one last bee remaining on Earth, and they captured a picture of it. It was alive for a few minutes before it finally died of the DDT that we're spraying on the Earth and pesticides. Oh yeah, they didn't stop DDT, you know, they just sent it down to South America. My secret? Well, I can tell you a secret. Age regression therapy is accomplished through a variety of tools. One of them is the fruit enzyme spray, which I am not marketing. It is fruit enzyme spray by Michelle Dermaceuticals. And I use 1:10 ratio of purified water. And it lasts for a long time. A full year, one bottle, $20. It's great. It rehydrates your skin. So the last bee finally, you know, I got into a physical altercation with a guy last weekend. It was weird. Yeah, normally don't run into problems with people, but this guy kept poking me. I mean, poking me with his fingers like this. And I'm trying to agree with him. Yeah, he was this bizarre beekeeper who was so pissed off, I couldn't believe it. it was unbelievable. He was so pissed off that the people were buying this bee thing that Honey's made. Allegedly, it's the largest crowd-funded thing. Scissorfight told me about it. It supposedly takes the honey and breaks it down. It drips out, and you make your own honey without doing anything. It fills up a jar. And he was so pissed off. He was getting so worked up. He was actually pushing me with his finger like this. Let me tell you, buddy. And I was like, whoa. It's like, whoa. I mean, I had all in my power to not give him an right hook undercut to his chin. It's like, can you imagine? That's very aggressive, like poking me. It's like, boom, right up there. It's like, boom, right up, and I don't want to hurt the guy. So I just let him poke me, and I said, yeah, but I agree with you, man. Then he really got pissed off when I said, what about these vegans that really don't want to hurt the bees and that see what you're doing, harvesting their honey, is hurting them? Oh, that really got him going. He was like, what do you mean? Those people, those vegans. And it's like, dude, relax. You're going to have a heart attack. I felt like saying that to him. But I just walked away and had some free food. Yeah, it was supposed to be a nice day, but man, some of these people have such anger management problems. They can't control their behavior. So are you going to believe that this guy, Putin, somehow magically came out with a new face? Or you have the belief that they may have actually gotten rid of him and terminated the real Vladimir Putin many years ago when they found he had been charged with numerous 7 indictments in Russia when he was the prime minister. And this is an internal court opportunity that they were showing. Let me give you another picture of this. This is a real amazing story we just brought in today. Yeah. There he was in jail. Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm just closing the door.
Okay. He was citizen of the Russian Federation at the time. It looks different than the Putin we know today. Yeah, he's more like the Putin that we just saw. Yeah, same guy. Not the one we have today. Wow.
Обоснований по основному пункту обвинения. Бывший премьер обвиняется по статье 205 Уголовного кодекса как лицо, участвовавшее в подготовке акта терроризма с целью устрашения населения и оказания воздействия на органы действующей власти.
So he said his name was Putin. Vladimir Vladimirovich. Yes.
Власти.
Okay, so that's him. And that man was executed. So, who are we dealing with? Vladimir Putin or an impersonator who's been put in position by the Russian oligarchs? Now, we know one thing, that the Russian oligarchs have infiltrated our political system. We also know that Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham are both receiving money from Russia for re-election. In fact, Lindsey Graham got $800,000 over the past 3 years. He's built up his personal assets from $500,000 to $3 million. Much of that is from Russian oligarchs. So our 2 top senators are in the Republican Party are receiving money from Russia. There may be more too. Now, we as a nation have a very worthless, facile, and meaningless political movement for the Democrats. They're not doing a damn thing. The Democrats haven't actually stood up and done the necessary thing we needed to do, which is to follow up on Mueller and get more information. There's 3 or 4 areas where Mueller didn't do enough. He didn't exploit the dossier at all, with more than a paragraph, and no references to real crimes being committed in collusion. The dossier is still very real, and Christopher Steele is still very credible. A man died delivering that document. Oleg Erevinkin, a general of the FSB, handed that dossier over to Christopher Steele. We know that wasn't mentioned in the Mueller report. Mueller also failed to follow up on a second trial of Paul Manafort, which would have involved the money laundering, where Donald Trump got a lot of that money from people that bought real estate at double or triple the value in Miami from Donald Trump. So we know there's a definite lax amount of information. The Democrats are not even discussing this. We also know there's no mention of the sex selfie in the Mueller report, and we know that that document does exist. The sex selfie was listed in the inventory presented to Concord Management and Consulting when they sued or countersued Robert Mueller. And there's more information out there. The emoluments clause, nearly 22 emoluments clauses have been violated by Trump. There's conflict of interest laws that are being violated left and right by him with Trump hotels all over the country, where he is literally using his hotels as a proxy to get people to access him, or at least they think so. Okay, the reports coming out about MH370 are all bogus. Every report I've seen so far is BS. This one's no different. Claims that the pilot was so depressed and now they're discussing it as claiming he just, yeah. This is not a story you sent me. No, wrong story. Sorry. That's the True Blue, that's the wrong side. Okay, that's a different report. Okay. There we have it. Thank you. No, same story. Here it is. Okay, thank you. Is this to show you can make a lot of money censoring? Wow. I pooped. See this? Check this out, folks. This is from our new Cool Rock Party show on Twitch. Look at that. Word's out that people are making a lot of money on various platforms just censoring us. Look at that. Wow. Is this to show you can make a lot of money censoring? Because I'm interested, he says. Wow. See, there are people out there trying to stop us, and they're willing to pay these kids who have no clue as to what they're doing. They just want a lot of money. And people who think they're doing that with no laws being broken are wrong. Anybody who's censoring me is going to be prosecuted, and I will hit you guys with the stiffest sentence. You're going to be spending time at Supermax when I become president. So go right ahead and taunt the show all you want, but there are definite laws that you're violating. MH370 pilot flew plane to 40,000 feet so it would become depressurized and passengers would all die before he crashed into the ocean while battling depression. No, that doesn't fly. No pun intended. Yeah, that story doesn't fly because the plane did not, all the cell phones were still pinging a day later. It did not crash in the ocean. So that story is bogus, no matter what they're saying. Yeah, I don't believe it. It's also one of those stories they just fill up just to make notice. Yeah. No, that's impossible. Their phones were pinging a day after. He couldn't have flown it to 40,000 and then crashed in the ocean. Plus, another important fact is that the beacon works at 25,000 feet and above in all situations. You're showing a scammer his Facebook reaction. Okay. The beacons work as deep as 25,000 feet.
Yo guys, what is up? Scammer Vaults here, bringing you guys.
So what happened was that MH370 could not have possibly landed below 25,000 feet because all the waters around the flyable distance from that location, the epicenter, was lost. All the waters are above 25,000 feet. So why would the beacon go down and never be seen again? Doesn't make sense. The only story that makes sense about, the only conspiracy story that makes sense about MH370 is that there was a group of people that controlled one of the most powerful patents in the world that were on that flight. And they were operators, they were engineers for a company, they were all on the flight, they were the patent holders for this amazing artificial intelligence floating point technology patent, which gives drones instant capability to move in any direction faster than the human mind could even think. Anyway, it turns out that there was one patent holder that survived that wasn't on that plane. That was the Carlyle Group. And the Carlyle Group actually had, the owner is Jacob Rothschild. He's now the only owner of that patent. 4 co-owners disappeared on MH370. Now Jacob Rothschild and the Carlyle Group are the only patent holder for the KL03 microchip, now under full contract, and they're capable of using it now without any kind of oversight or questions from other patent holders. That's the only real modus operandi involved in the MH370 that makes sense. Now there's conspiracy theories about that too, that there was a person that did dial a text message out of a cell phone. He was a Marine, a very well-seasoned Marine, about 45 years old, who happened to be on that flight. We know that he lived up to that point where he actually was able to get the cell phone to make a text message. He claimed in the text message, which by the way cannot be copied, cannot be faked, cannot be altered, it's mechanical code. When it hits a public server, it's locked in place. Its origin is locked in place. It said it was coming from the Diego Garcia cell tower. Now that in and of itself is interesting. The side fact that he did hide the cell phone up his ass, it was a flip phone, that's a little side note that is also pretty amazing. We're talking about a Marine that did everything he could to survive, and the last thing he did was make a cell phone text message that he and others had been abducted to Diego Garcia. And the government laughed it off like it was nothing. Oh, that's ridiculous. The government's official statement was there are no cell towers at Diego Garcia. Wrong. We got a lot of military personnel there that use it for personal use all the time, and there are 3 cell towers at Diego Garcia. So the conspiracy theory could be a conspiracy fact, and this could be the modus operandi behind the missing MH370 flight. Anything else is a lot of BS, which doesn't jive with the facts. And I'm more than willing to go head to toe and talk about the facts with any of these scumbags who think they can pull this off. Julian Assange implies a DNC staffer was assassinated.
The family of the recently
Okay. Seth Rich, Julian Assange. Well, that's a story that I've been talking about for quite a long time. Seth Rich, I believe, was killed. I believe he was killed in the hospital. So we got a video about that tonight in our show, which is starting right now. Wow. Okay. Well, I could probably... no, that's the Young Turks. I won't play it. Nope. Sorry. Total shill opportunity. Julian Assange is BS, and I won't play the Young Turks on our show. Not after the fact that we found out that the owner, one of the guys in the Young Turks, was behind the Social Justice Democrats, which are trying to take over the Democratic Party with Ocasio-Cortez and Beto O'Rourke as their 2 lead players. I will not give any time to the Young Turks. You know, let me tell you something. In the time that we've been broadcasting, the Young Turks have acquired 2 million subscribers on YouTube. Do you want to know how many we've acquired in 10,000 hours of broadcasting? 0. We haven't acquired 1 new subscriber in 8 years. Tell me that's not a little weird. Yeah, we're censored. They're not. They're shills. We're not. Double messaging, exactly. I don't trust any information about Julian Assange, too. It's like one shill talking about another shill making up a story. Okay, you got something on Twitter? The judge presiding in the Assange extradition case has strong conflict of interest, Melcher said from Vienna. Her husband has been exposed by WikiLeaks. The coming show trial of Julian Assange truth. You know, I think Julian Assange is dead. And I'll tell you why. Because every single picture of him, photograph, has been seen from a still video camera. No other alternative video cameras have been presented. In every single instance he's been seen in the past 7 years, and he's only been seen twice, they're from one single camera angle, and there are no other camera angles to look at him. That is a classic example of fakery, and CGI fakery is possible here. I believe that Julian Assange was killed a long time ago.
Crazy video. This one is all.
Okay, so we got a scammer video showing a scammer his Facebook reaction. Okay, we'll play that too. Okay, let's get in the lineup. We got a lot of stuff tonight. If you want to hang out and have insomnia and chat with us. More AI weaponized Swissair. Okay, I'll take a look at that. Oh yeah, Mike Decker's got more chemtrails. We've been hit with chemtrails where we live. I had like 14 chemtrails above my house today. There's video from the prison of Assange. I'm going to assume it's one camera angle. There's no alternate camera angle. Every single camera angle, they'll always have just one camera angle. Unless they're manipulating two camera angles just to prove there's more than one. But I'm more than likely thinking these cameras are tripod fixed. That controls the CGI's ability a lot easier when they're not floating. I never see David stream outside anymore. Starting to wonder if he's CGI. You're so funny. No, we're taking a trip this summer. We're going to have a lot of real-time interviews from mostly motels and whatnot. Yeah, you're going to see different backgrounds. Well, I'd like to see it. If it's allegedly a hidden camera. Again, still fixed camera. It can be manipulated with CGI easily. Yeah, you have to adhere to his rules or he'll kick you out, Anita. Yeah. Your hubby's being pretty hard-nosed. What's he telling you to do? Or is this the end of the show? We don't want to talk about your problems right now, Anita. I'm sorry. But you're welcome to hang out and talk about them in the chat room. Yeah. He wants you to close doors? Okay. Well, that's not a big deal. All right. Okay, we'll start with the Lady Gaga fame. She explains that there's blood and semen and perfume. Yeah, that's weird stuff, man. Hey, Frankie. What's going on, man? Okay, I'll add Mike Decker to chemtrails, too. And I have another category just for chemtrails. We're getting a deal here, a Blackstone 17-inch tabletop griddle cover and carrying bag. Wow. No kidding. At Walmart? That's a pretty good deal for $24.99. Okay. There you have it. See? Maybe it's made in America. They're bypassing the Chinese restrictions. Who knows? Yeah, it's kind of a cool thing, I guess. I mean, I've never tried a grill like that, but it'd be nice to see what it looked like. It's a Blackstone. Oh, there it is. They only show one picture of the thing? It's like they're just showing you the little lip of it. Okay. Thanks. Well, that's called not selling your product properly. Good to know it's at Walmart, though. Thanks for sharing. I think I prefer a hibachi from 1975. Cast iron. And you've got more contrail lie, insect and tree die-off continue in Wyoming. Oh, wow. He did another one, too. Okay. Mike Decker's really busy. He's talking about insects and trees dying off in Wyoming from the chemtrails. Wow. He's doing good work. That camera of his is really the best images we can get. No, you know, when Donald Trump cut $845 billion over 10 years in Medicare, Medicaid, the states will pick it up. They absorb the cost. It's up to the states to start cutting back on the services. So they'll have to cut back on the services. The biggest problem will talk about this on Wednesday, actually. But the biggest problem with the expenses of healthcare is they keep repeating, like contractors of the government, they keep repeating their costs. They keep charging a lot and wanting more. They think that's the way to get more, is to keep charging a lot and wanting more. And unfortunately, healthcare, it doesn't work like the regular economy. These people think they're going to make 18% more on their checks, and they do. And they're bankrupting our country because of it. And they've got us in a very vulnerable position. Okay, here's the video of Julian Assange from the jailhouse. I'm extending the show a little bit. Wow.
Huh? Oh, they're gonna paint your room. Yeah, and they keep saying they're coming, but they don't come in 3 days. Okay.
That's not the same person who just got arrested. Oh, wow. Well, you got me going, man. Now I'm beginning to believe that Julian Assange is alive. Thank you very much. Yeah. It's state to state. Yeah. If you want to end up getting the best services possible, go to the states with the most liberal healthcare plan. Yeah, that would be Minnesota, California, New York, the sanctuary states. Yeah. Hey, you got me going. Thanks for sending me this video, because it does look legit. Yeah, that'd be hard to duplicate. Apparently, there's a lot of candid shots of him. Okay, well then we're on. Julian Assange is going to be facing trial. Well, you convinced me it's probably real. Yeah, the drone and robotic noises may just have been one of the London's police finest videotaping you. Well, it could have been just a local police officer just going door to door, looking into the windows to, look at women. You don't know. Nobody checks for perverts in the police forces. They can actually hijack those cameras and stalk people. Yeah. You never know. Well, the government authorized 30,000 drones over our head by 2030, so you tell me. All right, I am out of here. Thank you so much for having me in the show, and we'll get back to Truth Tuesday tomorrow. Let's talk about 9/11 again. Now Trump says he knows more, but he doesn't want to tell anybody what it is. Which means he knows more, but he doesn't want to tell anybody what it is. We can assume he's hiding something. He's always hiding something, and he's flipping on almost everything he says. So every day is a different news story with the bipolar president we have. He has what psychiatrists call malignant narcissism. Yeah, they've identified it, malignant narcissism. So your guess is as good as mine, and you people that support him, you really are out to lunch. Wow. Foolish. And don't forget, we have a great website to watch our show at, coolrock.com, where you can play music, have cool virtual reality experiences. I've created a kind of a mecca of fun at coolrock.com. Mr. Dubes is the best. Yeah, that's just endless enjoyment. When I'm ever bored, I go to Mr. Dubes and just open up one of the VR systems. It's just like, wow. Cloud VR is the future. And I've created this cutting edge site, which isn't that, I mean, the only reason why it's cutting edge is because the guy who developed it, the backbone of the site, not CoolRock, but the owner of Scraplet, is really an undiscovered genius. He's been the coolest guy ever. I'm going to have to give him an email and say thanks. Yep. All right. Thank you. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Get some sleep. You need at least 6 hours sleep a night. Battling the New World Order. Stay fresh. It's not going to be easy. These people have some pretty sick plans, and based on that video that Scissorfight brought us about their plans to start turning refugees into the first DHS FEMA victims. They've got their sights on everybody, not just illegal aliens. Trump's getting away with unbelievable atrocities, and the Democrats are going, "Oh, I want to impeach, but I'm not sure Pelosi won't do anything." Oh. Impeach Pelosi first. Get her out of the way so you can get somebody who could be Speaker of the House. I'll be Speaker of the House. Just make me Speaker of the House. I'll be the Speaker of the House. I'll get the impeachment rolling. Thank you, Democrats. See you later.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.